Chautauqua County Health Department. It's important. It's not promoting just, the county itself, but people don't always realize what the Chautauqua County Health Department does in regulating beaches and maintaining those beaches and testing beaches, making sure that our residents or anyone who comes here to vacation, one, are going to be safe and that the water quality is to the utmost. So I guess the bottom question, why are we here? That 17-mile body of beautification out behind us has been the source of enjoyment, dreams, realities, excitement, unfortunately tragedy as well. Now, I remember listening decades ago, a very accomplished swimmer at Jamestown High School tried to swim across one night and didn't make it. State championship swimmer, but because he got trapped in the weeds, had a problem. And unfortunately, it succumbed. We have to take those experiences, the positive and the negative, and we can't dwell on the negativity, because how many people here have dreams and memories of Chautauqua Lake and what you have started here? Thank you. Show your hands. Be proud, because this body of water is what we're here to protect. I went to a conference as a county executive, and sitting next to me was a gentleman, the deputy county executive of Broome County. And he's like, Chautauqua County, goes Chautauqua. He went on for about a half an hour of his family's experience. So excited that in the middle of the conference, we had a break, he called his sister sitting next to him, and he's like, you'll never guess who I'm sitting next to. It's a county executive from Chautauqua County. The lake, remember we used to vacation there. Every time Kevin and his family travel through Chautauqua County, he travels the bridge and always sends me a text, traveling through your area, buddy. Those are the memories that we cherish. Those are the memories we're here to protect. We ask everybody to listen. Not everyone is going to agree with the scientists that are up here. Not everyone's going to agree with the presentations. But you have to realize that these men and women are giving their lives to study that beautiful body of water, that majestic piece of property here in New York State tells us sometimes what she wants to do. And guess what? She's going to do it whether we like it or not. But we do have to realize and maintain this lake. We have to manage it, and we have to start moving in that manner going forward. There's a lot of things that have been happening, but now the science is happening more and more, okay? So I really appreciate it. Just a quick rundown. We're going to have Julie Barrett O'Neill step up here really quick. Julie is the Region 9 Director, also with Chad Staniszewski, the Assistant Regional Director. This will be about the 5th presentation I've seen from them, and the presentation has remained constant and steadfast. You are hearing from the source. You're not reading from the paper or on social media. This is from the DEC. We also remind everybody, real quick before I get too far, there are cards on your table. If you have a question, please write it down, raise your hand. Our team will come around and collect those cards. We're reviewing to make sure you might have the same question asked 7, 10 times. We want to make sure that we read the best question. Also, if there's any questions, it may take some time. We want to get it to our presenters so they are able to give you a significant and a solid response. Also, this is going to be fast. We're going to move right through, and the question and answer period will be at the end. It's not here to trap you. We're not gaining any sort of extra, there's not a concession stand. We're not making money. But we just, in the essence of time, and what we wanted to do is get as much information out to you. Also with us today is Bonnie Lockwood from Governor Hochul's office, the Western New York Regional Director, our Senator Borrello, who is a consummate advocate for Chautauqua Lake, as well as Assemblyman Goodell. We have multiple legislators here today. Legislators, if you could please raise your hands. I see Phil Landy, we have Marty Proctor, Jonathan Penhollow, Dalton Anthony. We also have Pierre Chagnon, chairman of our legislature. How many elected town officials and mayors do we have here today? I saw several from the town of Ellery, town of Chautauqua. Mayor Bemis Point is here, as well as others. Thank you so much for attending. At 9:30, we're going to turn over to our senator and assemblyman and our representative, Mrs. Lockwood, from the governor's office. At 10 a.m., we're going to move into Dr. Allison Reisick, who's been doing research on harmful algal blooms. At 10:45, Harry Kohler will be joining us via Zoom. He's from IBM Research and Associate Director of the Jefferson Project. At 11:15, moving right into Lieutenant Colonel Paul Lord with SUNY Oneonta. And then at noon, we'll have a presentation by Rob Richardson from North Carolina State University. And at 12:45, kind of wrapping up our presentations, is Dr. Marian Divers from the Army Corps of Engineers. Reason we're putting her last is we've talked about this for many years. We have now culminated not only state but federal funding to work and protect that body of water out there. At 1 p.m. we're going to go into our question and answers, and at about 1:50 or so, we're here till 2 o'clock. We'll be wrapping that up. So on behalf of myself and my staff, I'd like to welcome everybody today. Thank you for the generous hospitality of Chautauqua Harbor Hotel. And at this time, we're going to turn the microphone over to Julie Barrett O'Neill from the DEC.
I want to apologize to the county executive. We were figuring out if my presentation made it in the right place, so if I was distracted and looking frantic, that was just the normal tech activities. Good morning. I don't get up in the 4 o'clock hour for many people, but it was my pleasure to do so because I have had such a really wonderful experience getting to know so many of you in Chautauqua Lake. And in the 2 short years that I have been at DEC, we have spent a tremendous amount of time coming out and listening, and I want to thank everyone at this table who has taken the time to, help me get up to speed. I hadn't worked on Chautauqua Lake before I came to DEC. I want to thank everyone in the audience who has attended a meeting or reached out, sent us an email, done work, sat down with us one-on-one to explain the issues. There's a lot to learn, and a lot of history, and a lot of passion, and a lot of science, and the county executive, absolutely. It's a complex and beautiful lake. I think my son was 2 years old the first time I got to go swimming in Chautauqua Lake. We also, I was on a capsized sailboat that same weekend. But I have very vivid memories, and I've come down as often as possible for the same reason why you come here, because it's a beautiful piece of water, and that's how we feed our souls and our sanity, and we nurture our families, and swimming and fishing and boating, that beautiful water body, and miss these beautiful trees and catching great fish and tasting the wonderful restaurants. Like, it's an amazing place to be. It's my friend who grew up around here said, that's God's country, Julie, and I couldn't disagree with him at all, because it's really amazing. So thank you for an opportunity to be here. I'm the regional director for DEC, which means I oversee DEC's activities in the 6 counties that hug essentially from Lake Ontario down the Lake Erie shoreline and then over the Pennsylvania border through Allegheny. I'm here with Chad Stanishewski, who's our assistant regional director. He has been with DEC for decades. I want to thank Governor Hochul for giving me an opportunity to do this work. I love water. Chad and I have split, our work up so that he does a lot of the natural resources stuff, so he'll be doing a lot of the updates for you, as well as pesticides and contamination. I do a lot of the water work. And water is complicated, and it's expensive, and it's challenging to fix, but it's some of the best, problem solving that we can do as a community, and it takes all of us. And it's complicated and hard, but I want to thank you for making time in your lives to care for this lake, because you do. And that's the first step always. I want to thank that gentleman in the red shirt who I think it says stress-free Chautauqua Lake, or welcome to the lake for low stress. That's the goal, right? That we get through the things that have been so challenging on the lake so that you do get to come and just enjoy it. And you know that good measures are in place to protect it, and we're on a good course to really sustain it over time. So to the extent that that is all our common goal, we're going to give you a good technical update today on the work that DEC has been doing on Chautauqua Lake, a bit on the statewide legislation, and we'll give you a couple of new resources, and we'll be happy to answer questions at the end as the county executive set up. And I think at this point in time, Chad, I'm going to put you on the hot seat.
Good morning, everyone. I see the county executive did not honor my request for a shield, so I don't get hit with anything. And if you want to throw a water bottle at me, if you could drink the water bottle or drink the water first, I would appreciate it. Thank you. As Julie said, my name is Chad. I'm the assistant regional director for the DEC. I've worked for the DEC for about 25 years. I'm an engineer. I started out overseeing landfills. Most of my career was spent in remediation. And in 2020, I had the distinct pleasure of really getting involved in Chautauqua Lake. I've always heard about it, but it didn't really fall underneath me at that point in time, but it does now. So I deal with a lot of the herbicide issues. I'm the one that makes a lot of the decisions relative to herbicides. And I will be dealing with some of the wetland issues moving forward. So right or wrong, that's what I deal with. I am going to talk about herbicides, talk about wetlands. First, I'll just give you a quick update on Mayville. Several years ago, most of you are probably aware that they had a drinking water issue. There was PFNA, which is a PFAS contaminant, was found in the drinking water. There was a do not drink order issued. That was handled by the Department of Health and New York DEC, our Albany folks mostly. Regionally, we were tasked with doing an investigation to figure out where it was coming from. As part of that investigation, we did do a preliminary investigation. We did find at least one source. That was the Chautauqua Municipal Building. There were some fire training exercises with foam that occurred behind that building many years ago. And that's at least one of the sources that we believe were impacting the water wells. We do have $2 million set aside to continue that investigation and perhaps implement some remedial measures to address that. The good news is, although there is some contamination making its way to Mud Creek, it is significantly diluted by the time it makes it to Chautauqua Lake, and it's non-detect when it gets to Chautauqua Lake. So that is a good thing, but there's a lot more work ongoing for that, but we will be doing that over the course of the next couple years. Now really on to what everybody probably wants to talk about and was giving a lot of people a lot of anxiety. The new wetland law. Two things before we really get into the presentation that I want to make clear. It seems as though people are under the impression that whether Chautauqua Lake or portions of Chautauqua Lake are designated a regulated wetland is at DEC's discretion. That couldn't be further from the truth. This law was passed in 2022. And it's a law. DEC is obligated to comply with what the legislature tells us that we have to comply with, and this is what they told us we have to comply with. So this is not at DEC's discretion. So we are trying to navigate the new law like everybody else is, and we're promulgating regulations that really meet the intent of what that law is. And what we asked for were preliminary comments on those regulations, not necessarily on the law itself, which dictates that if you have 12.4 acres of submerged aquatic vegetation, even if it's in a lake, it is a wetland. So I can't change that here at DEC. The second thing that I want to make clear, well, let me get into the presentation first. It's not really coming up. Okay, so the biggest change in the regulation that is giving everybody anxiety, there's no more regulatory maps. Historically, there had to be maps, and the wetland had to be mapped. So we have maps of wetlands in New York State. If they weren't on those maps, they weren't a regulated wetland. The biggest change with this law, the maps no longer hold any kind of legal bearing on whether it's a wetland or not. We default to the definition of what a wetland is, the hydrology, the plants that make up a certain area, and the ultimate acreage of that contiguous area. If it meets those requirements, it's a wetland. Doesn't matter if it's upland, doesn't matter if it's a forested wetland, shrub wetland, or in a lake, it's a wetland. So while the regulatory maps will no longer be what determines if it's a wetland or not, there will be informational maps available to help property owners determine where wetlands may be, but they're really just for informational purposes. They are not regulatory in nature. So keep that in mind. If you're looking at those informational maps, we are trying to cover all of the wetlands to the extent that we can. But again, it's not legally binding. If you're unsure, moving forward after 2025, if you're unsure if an area is a wetland or not, you can contact these folks in our Albany office, and they will guide you through a wetland determination. Exactly how that's going to play out and when DEC is going to do that determination and when a owner or developer is going to have to do that determination themselves is still being worked out. My understanding at this point, if it's a very large development, then they're going to put that requirement on the developer itself. If it's a property owner, then DEC will do that jurisdictional determination for you. So key points for Chautauqua Lake. It is a lake. We all understand that it's a lake, and our intent is to have it remain a lake. Other than in the press and from folks that have sent us a lot of emails and letters, nobody at the DEC, there has been no politicians that I'm aware of that have even thought about Chautauqua Lake being quote-unquote a swamp or turning it into a swamp. That is nobody's intent. I've never heard that from anyone, like I said, except in the press and from people who have sent us letters. I understand everybody's anxiety because you just don't know how this is going to play out, but that is not the intent of any of this. There are no physical changes. A wetland is still a wetland. It's just we just don't rely on maps anymore. So we're not creating new wetlands, we're not making new wetlands, we're not constructing new wetlands. If it meets the definition of a wetland, it's a wetland. That's really the biggest change. Now, people are really concerned, and rightfully so. What does this mean for me as a property owner along the lake, right? Like, what am I going to have to do? Am I going to be able to put my dock in if I have one? Am I going to be able to take it out without getting a permit, right? Am I going to be able to do regular maintenance on my house or on a patio or, cut my grass or something like that? Absolutely. All of those activities are exempt from getting a permit. It's an existing use. It's already occurring. Therefore, it can continue to occur. So from that standpoint, there's really going to be no changes to regular maintenance. Now, it's not all, it's not all roses, right? There are going to be some hassles for people. If you own undeveloped land adjacent to the lake and you want to develop it, you're going to need to get a permit from DEC. It doesn't mean you won't be able to develop it, but we're going to look to make sure that your development is as protective of the resource as possible and that your development is reasonably necessary to occur. So, and any major modifications to your existing properties, if they are developed, those are also going to require a permit. A new dock, a new boathouse, those are going to be able to require a permit. It doesn't mean you can't do it. It means that DEC is going to have to look at it to make sure that it's being done appropriately with the least impact to the resource as possible. That's what that permit is. That's what that permit is intended to do. Now, for some things, let's say for herbicide use or for harvesting, what we can develop and what we're talking about, because this is new to us as well, so what we're talking about are general permits. General permits essentially say, if you want to do this activity and it falls under this general permit, if you meet these requirements, boom, 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 we'll give you a permit. So those requirements are already laid out for you. So it's a quicker process, right? We'll still review it just to make sure you met those requirements, but what you need to meet is a little bit more apparent, and it's not, we're going to submit a permit and we're going to wait to hear back from the DEC. You'll know what you need to meet before you actually submit that permit to the DEC. The extent to which, to what those general permits will cover is still being developed by DEC. But that's one way that we're trying to lessen the burden of this new law, essentially, especially for property owners, because you realize in New York State we regulate not only the not only the wetland itself, but we regulate a 100-foot adjacent area. That 100-foot adjacent area is intended to protect the wetland, so those permits would be required if you fall within the wetland or within 100 foot of that wetland. If you're beyond 100 foot of that wetland, some other regulatory requirement may apply, but it would not be the wetland requirement. DEC also, and we just posted on a website, we do have a Chautauqua Lake website, and I believe the link is the link at the end of the presentation. We do have frequently asked questions that we developed, so I would encourage you to go there to see if you can actually have your question answered. Real quick, the acreage threshold. Currently, it's 12.4 acre. It's 12.4 acres of contiguous wetland. That meets the definition. That's been in place for decades. That's in 2028, however, it's going to become more stringent. That that threshold is going to decrease to 7.4 acres. So if you have 7.4 acres of land that meets the definition of a wetland, it will be regulated come 2028. Another change to the wetland law, which I think is probably less applicable to this conversation, is this idea of smaller wetlands that are of unusual importance. So if you live in an urban area and you have a wetland, there's no acreage that applies because they're few and far between in urban areas. The other characteristics, if there's significant flooding in an area, you can read these. If there's rare plants, if it's a productive vernal pool. This is really what DEC is trying to develop regulations for. This is in the law, but we're trying to put some kind of definition to what these actually mean because they're very vague. We also have to be able to enforce it. If we can't enforce it, because it's too broad and too vague, that's a problem for us. So this is still in the works, and this is really what we're seeking comment on as well, because this is what we're still trying to develop, the specifics of how this is going to be implemented. Herbicides and wetlands, right? There's a concern that no herbicides will be used within a wetland area. That is unequivocally false, right? Most of the herbicides that we apply, except in areas where there may be some critical commercial concern, we're targeting invasive species. It's DEC's policy to prevent the spread and to moderate invasive species. So to me, there's your in for a wetland permit, right? Especially over large areas. We'll get into the herbicide thing in a minute, and I know I got to probably hurry it up here. But there's no reason why you can't apply herbicides in a wetland area. You need to submit an Article 24 wetland permit to do it, which you didn't have to do this year, but they will next year. But nobody said you can't apply herbicides or harvest in a wetland. And harvesting, which currently doesn't need a permit, will need a wetland permit moving forward. So the timeline, in 2024, the formal comment period. The summer, the notice of proposed rulemaking for the regulations is to go out. We will have virtual public hearings. There will be a comment period in the fall. And any comments you have now or during the formal comment period, you can submit to this web address if you have any comments that you'd like to submit. And we have gotten a lot of letters, obviously, most of them which say exclude Chautauqua Lake from a wetland. Again, DEC doesn't have that authority. Herbicide permitting. Oh, yep, sorry. So herbicide permitting. So since 2019, we've been, municipalities have been applying to treat areas of the lake with herbicides, and we have been issuing permits. Again, there's a lot of people on one side, people on the other side. Even within the DEC, there's people on one side, people on the other side. I tend to moderate a lot of that to the extent that I can. Are we good? Can I move forward? Okay, thank you. So if you want to read this, these are the permits that we've received this year. Curly leaf pondweed, we've issued those permits. And I really just want to talk about the process so people don't think that these permits go into a black hole and then DEC just spits it out at the other end. So an herbicide permit is submitted by anybody, mostly a municipality in this case. This year we did get some permits from some commercial entities along their shoreline, but mostly it's submitted by a municipality. Those permits come into DEC. Our pesticide folks do a complete list determination. They just make sure all the boxes are filled in, that all the notifications have been made. It's not really a technical review of the permit. It's more just for completeness that you submitted a complete permit. They then distribute throughout DEC those permits to the various programs that actually have input into whether those permits should be issued. Fisheries, Bureau of Environmental Health, Wildlife, permits, legal. They all get copies of the permits, right? So now, internally, we look at it and we try to decide where we can issue permits or not. Going back to 2019 and when I started getting involved, it seemed like I'm going to be honest, it seemed a little haphazard to me on how we issued these permits, especially when it came to the protection of the fishery and protection of fish and wildlife habitat in the lake. DEC likes some weeds in the lake because you have to have them to protect the fishery or you will not protect the fishery. And the fishery brings in a lot of money as well. And we have a lot of sportsman groups who also lobby us. to keep a lot of the weeds, to be honest, most of them in the lake. So we want to protect that. So that's why our fisheries review it. What I told our fisheries folks to do is come up with critical fish habitat. Every year we can't make it up. They has to have some certainty on where they can apply and where they can't. So natural resources, you tell me where the critical fish habitat lies, how much weeds you need. We will designate those areas and we will say they're off limits to herbicides unless we actually change those critical fish habitats moving forward. So we do not allow herbicides to be placed in our critical fish habitat. That's why you see those acreage reduce, because we're being requested to do that in the critical fish habitat. We don't allow that. Now, in the off season, can we look at modifying where that critical fish habitat is? Absolutely, we can. Our fisheries will look at it, we'll see if we can move it if it's problematic. But I will not do that on the fly while we're reviewing applications, because it's just too difficult and I'll get beat up from the other side who wants more weeds. So that's where we are. Then we make a determination, really that's what we base it on. We make that determination and then we allow you to treat. Again, if it's an herbicide that was part of the SEIS that's already been, discussed and debated, we will allow you to treat. And that's really how we come to that decision. It's not this big convoluted, trying to change it every year. It's really not. It may seem that way, but we're trying to keep it as straightforward as possible. Starry stonewort, that's a new one. That's a problem. That's a new infestation of a new invasive species. We are working with those who want to apply herbicides. The problem is, it's so new, I'm not so sure that some of the herbicides that they're proposing to use are effective. There's some studies that say it can make it worse, so we're trying to work through all of that information. We have not made a decision on starry stonewort or the milfoil permit, but the milfoil should be coming out very quickly if it hasn't come out on Friday. Here are some other applications, if you want to read, that we received for Eurasian milfoil. We're making a decision on this very soon. Again, our decision, is it in a habitat area? Not going to let you do it. Is it in a wetland? Because we have small wetlands now, and we haven't had an Article 24 permit, you can't apply in a wetland either if you don't have an Article 24 permit. And we didn't receive an Article 24 permit. So that's where we are, and then starry stonewort, and then we have some permits for the for in front of the hotel, or some applications for in front of the hotel, and then the marinas that are just downstream. So that's it. People probably have a lot of questions, but I'm told we're holding off on questions until the end. If you can write any questions down on that card, or if you want to pull me aside during any break, we can do that. I'm going to turn it back over to Julie, and she's just going to go through real quick what investments have been made on Chautauqua Lake.
Thank you for the patience. Yes?
We're having a hard time hearing you guys. You're talking very fast, which I can appreciate you need to do. But can you please maybe hold the microphone or just get it closer to your mouth? Thank you.
Sure thing. I also kissed the Blarney Stone 3 times, and I'm pretty sure if you do it more than once, it makes you really loud. So just really quickly. So I think, there are things, just to be clear, on herbicide permits, we're obligated as DEC to review those permits based upon technical criteria when they come in, and if somebody meets the technical criteria, then we issue a permit. We can only do so on an annual basis, so we can't say, yes, for the next 5 years you're going to have a permit to do something, because that's in the pesticide law. An agency, we have some pretty firm legal structures that drive a lot of our work. And so there's, it's the law and it's the science that drive most of, I'd say 98% of the work that happens at DEC. But there are some other tools that we have, and I wanted to lift up the fact that since 2021, there's been $25 million invested in taking care of the health of this lake. We have a eutrophic, active weed growth situation in Chautauqua Lake because we have a lot of nutrients in Chautauqua Lake. And so a lot of the work that our partner municipalities, all these great entities have been doing is to deal with septic systems, which we know they have a lot of nutrients. When we were hearing from the county health department that a lot of times people have a septic system, they may have not ever maintained it. So, either addressing those issues and/or, the sewer extension work will go a long way in trying to reduce the flow of nutrients into the lake. And that's been part of a plan, a nutrient management budget that's been in the lake for many years, over a decade. And it also anything that's coming off in runoff. The next big area that I think is going to be talked about with the Corps, and certainly that DEC is looking at, was part of the governor's budget, is looking at what's in the sediments in the lake. And what can we do to address those nutrients? We don't have an engineering analysis that can say we got to do this with this and it's going to cost this much money. We don't have that yet, and so we can't even start to fix or address the sediments in the lake until we know what all the options are, all the considerations. How do you balance different considerations? What's feasible? And then who's going to pay for it, right? So that's going to be a very big conversation that we all work together on going forward. But one of the critical pieces, because I think the nutrient budget plan said that at least 55% of the nutrients in the lake are bound up in the sediment in the bottom of the South Basin, with more coming in from the North Basin. So we really want to take a hard look at that from the technical side. And then really, I want to say it's been so critically important for Chad and I and DEC and the governor's office to make sure that we're being transparent and that we're communicating often. So we come down very often, we're here pretty regularly, and are happy to come down more and do a lot of listening as long as schedules allow. I know Chad and I both had conflicts last August when there were some pretty big meetings. But we've also stood up some new infrastructure so that you can hear directly from DEC about the work that we're doing. So that I know there's still a lot of, we have many organizations here, so rather than sending something to an organization to get to you, we wanted to create a vehicle. So if you go this little QR code, we will put anything that DEC is doing directly with Chautauqua Lake on this website. And you can sign up for a listserv. If we issue a permit, we can say this permit has been issued, and you can read it yourself. You can look at the treatment areas, that we authorize right in those spaces, because I think having clear and direct information from DEC can go a long way to making sure that you're hearing directly from, what we're doing. And then you can comment back. And there are things that we can adjust or control and things that we may not be able to adjust and control because the legislature has mandated, what our next steps are. But to the extent that we're opening up a new line of communication, we do listen to you. The way we make decisions is governed by a lot of processes, but we do really care and we listen and we understand the concern and the uncertainty and the worry about the future of the lake and your properties. So with that, I'm just going to say thank you, and I think that we'll be around for questions as they come up later.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the efforts of the DEC and explanations. I also like to take this time, we would be remiss if we didn't recognize, we have a representative from Congressman Langworthy's office. Christine Rinaldi is here, as always, a regular in our discussions, but also to get that message back to our congressman. Without further ado, we're going to move right in now to Bonnie Lockwood, the Governor Hochul's Western New York Regional Director, followed by Senator Borrello and then Assemblyman Goodell. So, Bonnie, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Just delighted to be here. I'm always honored to represent Governor Kathy Hochul as her Western New York Regional Director, a position I started 13 months ago. Prior to that, I was retired. And it seemed like a good idea to start this job on April 12th, and then I started on April 13th. And as you know, in our world today, it's a lot, and this governor has her focus clearly on Western New York and expects a lot of her Western New York team. Our region covers the 5 counties of Western New York: Chautauqua, Allegheny, Cattaraugus, Erie, and Niagara. And at her direction, she restored the position recently of a Southern Tier regional representative, and I'm very happy today to introduce publicly for the first time Frank Puglisi. Frank, if you want to stand. Frank lives in Cattaraugus County, was an elected official for more than 10 years as the town clerk for Leiden. He will be working out of a satellite office in Great Valley the majority of the work week. But as this governor directs us, we don't sit in the office. We are out of the office and into the community, which is why Frank and I are both very happy to be included in this very important symposium today. This governor, as you know, is familiar with Chautauqua Lake. She was here as a child, as a boater, beginning as lieutenant governor and now as governor, ensuring funding was in the executive budget. And in August of last year, signed the legislation sponsored by your hardworking, committed, and very active State Senator George Borrello, and the same with Assembly Member Andy Goodell, that updated the 5% occupancy tax to require that more of the money collected from those heads in the beds in the hotels, motels, Airbnbs be directed to Chautauqua Lake maintenance. So for the control, treatment, or removal of invasive and nuisance weeds. On the governor's behalf, I also want to thank the county executive, County Executive Wendell, for this invitation and welcome and his leadership in bringing all of us together. You know, a symposium is designed and defined as a conference or meeting to discuss a particular subject. And by your attendance, your interest, your commitment, obviously, we all agree what a vitally important subject indeed is Chautauqua Lake. You know, County Executive learning that 2 cities in Chautauqua, 27 towns, 15 villages, more than 1,000 square miles, approximately 50 miles of Lake Erie shoreline. There's no place in the county more than 25 miles from open water. I don't know in our great country, in other counties and other states, how many can boast that there is no place in their own county that's more than 25 miles from open water. Maybe some in this audience will know. But what I do know, there's no place like Chautauqua Lake and the 60 miles or so that surround it. And here today in this room of smart, savvy, strategic thinking, scientific-minded, data-driven, and deeply committed people, all of you, who love this blessed and beautiful place, who want to preserve and protect and ensure that the lake not only survives but thrives into the future. As we all know, lakes, as Julie and Chad outlined, and you've been working on this for many decades, it's a complex ecosystem, and no one more complex than Chautauqua Lake. And that's why, for decades, you have all come together, whether it's associations, partnerships, alliances, conservancies, institutions, local, state, federal governments, elected leaders. You have your core beliefs. You have your goals that may vary. But we all remain committed to ensuring the survival and thriving of Chautauqua Lake. You're the keepers of the past. And I met baby Oliver back there. You also have a commitment to the baby Olivers of the world to ensure there's a future as well. I was reading a quote. Leonardo da Vinci said, "Water is the driving force of all nature." And what was true in the 16th century is true in this century. Water is the driving force for the economy, the ecology, the environment, and for simple enjoyment. Because it's the water that brings us all together today. It's the water that draws us to the edge, that draws us in. But it is what lies beneath the surface that will sustain us. And as we deepen our understanding of current conditions and identify multiple strategies, we can agree there's no one way. There's no only our way course of action. No one-size solution can fit our one and only Chautauqua Lake. So we're here to listen, to learn, to bring the information back to the governor and her leadership team, to work with our great partners there from the DEC and all of those who have joined together today, because on behalf of Governor Hochul, today is a reminder, thank you all, of our ability to make the change for the better when we work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Just to reiterate, on behalf of our two next speakers, $16 million has been invested in Chautauqua Lake. Not Chautauqua Wetland, Chautauqua Lake. So we appreciate that from the governor. Now, we're going to turn the mic over to a member of the dynamic duo I like to refer to as between our senator and assemblyman. You know, it's amazing as I go across to talk to county executives, the question's asked, do you have any contact with your senator or assemblyman? I mean, contact, we're on speed dial. We probably talk more than our wives would prefer us to be talking, but there is no issue that involves the state or Chautauqua County that does not, as Bonnie just said, get to the governor's ears. So on behalf of myself, I'd like to welcome our hardworking and dedicated, New York State Senator George Borrello.
Good morning, everybody. Really appreciate seeing this room full of people. I want to start off by thanking County Executive P.J. Wendell for putting this together. You know, sometimes people like to hide and avoid tough subjects, but he has been on the forefront of this, and I appreciate the fact that we have a symposium here which has brought together an amazing group of people to talk about the issues. Because I think probably the biggest thing that hinders Chautauqua Lake, and this has been since I was a county legislator here, is the fact that we're often not on the same page, that we're spreading false information, and people are in fear of things that in the end really just aren't true. And that's really what we need. We need this open conversation. But I want to also tell a little story as well. Recently I was in New York City, and it kind of plays into what PJ was saying. And I had an opportunity to meet Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And I started to tell him where I lived, and he stopped me. He goes, "Oh, I know exactly where Chautauqua County is because I've been to Chautauqua Lake. I have friends that have a home on the lake." So there are people all across this country that understand the beauty and importance of this lake. Myself, as a former county legislator, county executive, and business owner here in Chautauqua County, I understand the importance of this lake, the economy. 1% of the land mass in Chautauqua County provides 25% of the property taxes here in this county. So we have to protect that. And Chad said it right. The DEC's job is to enforce the laws and rules that are given essentially by the legislature. That's why I introduced a new bill that would exempt inland freshwater lakes that are navigable waterways from being impacted by these new wetland rules. I think that's a common sense step. All the things that Chad described to protect the lake are already in place. We can already do the things that we need to do in this lake to keep the ecology and the fishery safe and for the long term, sustainably. We don't need new rules and regulations. I didn't support that in the budget. Andy Goodell didn't support that in the budget. And I think that a good balance would be to ensure that our navigable waterways throughout the state, which are economic drivers for some of the poorest, most rural areas in this state. You think about it. What is Chautauqua County without the 5 lakes that we have here? It's Indiana. So I lived there for 4 years when I went to college. So it's just flat and dry, and you can watch your dog run away for 3 days straight. I mean, it's really, that's the beautiful place that we live here because of our lakes and waterways, because of the beautiful vistas that we have. It's what draws people here. This hotel, this is the largest hospitality investment in the history of Chautauqua County, and we need to protect that. And the usability of the lake is key to that. But also, I want to make one thing clear. I don't want Chautauqua Lake to be a swamp, but it's also not going to be a swimming pool, folks. Okay, we need that balance. It is a lake. It's important. People here are here to fish. There are important ecological benefits to all of those things that make the lake what it is. So a balance, a common sense balance is what we need. So, and I've had this discussion with PJ, and quite frankly, he and I discussed this idea of introducing this bill because he's spoken to other county executives around the state that are in similar situations with these new wetland rules. They are concerned about their freshwater lakes. So Assemblyman Goodell, myself, and the county executive, we got together, and what's the right number? What's the right acreage to determine whether or not this should be included? Because there are some small areas that absolutely should be regulated as a wetland. So we came up with what I think is a common sense solution. I am going to build support for this in Albany because, again, there are other state legislators who are in the same boat, no pun intended, that we are here in Chautauqua Lake, that they will have this tug of war between wetland regulations versus recreational waterways. And I believe that we need to provide the right tools and the right direction and guidance to the DEC to ensure that navigable waterways like Chautauqua Lake are always kept protected and usable and protecting the investments that each and every one of us have. That's most important. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to my partner and back to the county executive, but I appreciate all the input that I've received from everyone. I will continue to fight to ensure that Chautauqua Lake is usable and sustainable for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And again, just can't reiterate those words enough, the partnership we have in getting the information. Just to interject, the piece that we'd like to share, and this isn't boastful myself by any means, but people ask me, the governor was here 2 summers ago in the wake of the salmon rushdie incident. Somebody said, "County executive, where were you? We didn't see you in the pictures." I said, "No, I was with her aide and saying, see that body of water down there? We need the money." It's persistent communication with the governor's office. So much so that I appreciate the fact I was at an event, and we have to have, the senator and assemblyman can attest, and others, when you go to the governor's mansion, you must have a name tag that you can refer to your driver's license. They do screen everybody and understand. And when she said, "Paul, she grabbed my name tag," and "Who is this?" And that's my name. That's you. He goes, "Now we're changing it." So the governor knows us. She knows Chautauqua Lake. She knows our senator and assemblyman very well because of the constant message. Not assertive, not aggressive, not derogatory, but a constant message to understand what we are fighting for here in Chautauqua County. Without further ado, I'm going to turn the microphone over to our Assemblyman, Andy Goodell, who for the longest time has been serving Chautauqua County and protecting that body of water we see right behind us. So, Assemblyman Goodell.
Good morning. As you can see, Senator Burrell and I work as a team. We decided it was important that we wear a coat and tie. I wore the tie, he wore the coat. But we do work very much as a team, very closely with PJ and others. I wanted to focus my comments on a couple of things I thought might be of interest to you. First, a little bit of a shout out. Chautauqua Lake is one of only, I think, 2 lakes in the state that have a line item appropriation in the budget. So there's a line item appropriation for the Chautauqua Lake Association and also for the Chautauqua Lake Partnership. And that's in the budget specifically for those 2 organizations. And it's in the budget because Kathy Hochul, when she was lieutenant governor, reached out to Governor Cuomo and said, this is an important item to include in the budget. And so a little bit of a shout out to our governor for getting that in, and it's been in since. Lake George also has direct appropriation. This last year we changed the bed tax. A little bit about the bed tax. So if you're staying at this beautiful hotel, there's a 5% bed tax. And the concept of the bed tax was that hotels and motels and the tourism industry can charge the 5%, and all that money is used to benefit the tourism industry. That was the intent. Tourism industry collects the tax, tourism industry is the beneficiary. 3% of that 5 goes for events and activities and promotion. So as an example, the tourism promotion organization, Chautauqua CCBV, Chautauqua Vacation Lands, they get half of that promotional funding. The other portion helps various events, including the Comedy Center and other things. Recognizing that our lakes are one of the largest drivers of our tourism industry, 2 of that 5% is dedicated solely for lakes, and that includes watershed management, which is very important, and the lake itself. And half of that goes directly for our lakes. We have 5 lakes, by the way, in case you're counting, including Bear Lake and Finley Lake and Cassadaga Lakes. All those are included. So that's what's happened on the bed tax. And over the years, that concept of making sure the money is focused on our lakes and on tourism development, every few years we tighten the language and refine that. And that's what we did. And I was thankful that that legislation passed both the Senate and the Assembly and was signed by the governor. I want to talk to you a little bit about the wetland changes. So as Chad mentioned, prior to 2022, the wetlands had to be designated on a map. And the advantage, if you're a developer or a landowner, is you could look at the map and you could say, yeah, I'm in or I'm not in. The challenge is that as we get more sophisticated in terms of recognizing what a wetland is or should be, it was increasingly difficult to maintain that process where it had to be on a map. So in 2022, the legislature removed the requirement that wetlands be shown on a map. What the legislature did not do is change the definition of wetlands. So the wetland definition today is the exact same as it was before the amendments, with the exception of the requirement for a map. And this is a definition from the statute. If anyone wants to write it down, it's Environmental Conservation Law 24-0107. Wetland definitions: lands and submerged lands, commonly called marshes, swamps, sloughs, bogs, and flats, supporting aquatic or semi-aquatic vegetation of the following types, and then there's a list. Now, you all noticed that there was one word that was missing from that. Lakes. It's lands and submerged lands, commonly called marshes, swamps, sloughs, bogs, and flats. Now, in the entire history of the state and the entire history of our wetlands regulation, Chautauqua Lake has never been shown on any map. And even on our worst days, we don't normally refer to it as a swamp. Now, from time to time, the legislature steps in to make sure that everyone understands what we're talking about, and hence Senator Borello's bill, to make sure that everyone understands that when we talk about lakes, it's different than marshes, swamps, sloughs, bogs, and flats. And so, that's the process of the legislature to clarify that, and I'll be supporting that in the Assembly. To be honest with you, that legislation shouldn't be necessary, but it's important to make sure that it's not necessary. So thank you, Senator. In terms of where we go in the future, first, where I'm going, I'm retiring. Oh, yeah. At the end of the year. Although in about an hour I'll be driving back to Albany. We are so fortunate in this area. We have a lot of legislators that are very much focused, and in my case, I'm particularly thankful because when my car broke down in Albany on Thursday, I got a ride home with Assemblyman Giglio, and he's giving me a ride back. But separate from that, I'm going back into private practice, where I hope to get paid for interpreting these laws. But more important, let's get back to focus here. More important is your role, because it is absolutely critical that you remain involved, and involved on every aspect of the lake. This lake has a direct appropriation in the state budget because people like you and your elected officials on every level stand up and say, this is important. And we get funding for wetland protection and grants through the Watershed Conservancy. That's an important component of the lake's health. And it's because of dedicated people like you who support those organizations and say, this is important to us. And as the DEC goes through the process of upgrading its regulations and evaluating them, they listen to you. Your view is important, and your involvement is important. So, my friends, for your sake and for the sake of future generations, stay involved, stay focused, and make sure Chautauqua Lake maximizes its potential for everybody. Thanks for letting me join you.
Thank you, Assemblyman. And for clarification, I'm not messaging, but if you saw me on my phone, I want to clarify. Surprisingly enough, Chautauqua County has the most shoreline of Lake Erie than any county in the state of New York. Important to remember that not only this body of water, but we do have 50 miles, and that 50 miles is an international border. And our Senator Gillibrand and Senator Schumer are well, and obviously our congressman who's been a huge champion for what we need in Lake Erie. So we're not remiss, we're focused on Chautauqua Lake. This is a symposium, but also the Lake Erie is a huge, huge part of our economy as well. Real quick. Next up to the microphone, I'd like to introduce Dr. Allison Reisick. Dr. Reisick is from the Darren Freshwater Institute, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, as well as the Jefferson Project. Her presentation was given once early in January on harmful algal blooms. So the focus of her presentation will be just that. The harmful algal blooms are those phenomenon that occur that really make Chautauqua Lake a challenging place, harmful to animals and humans. It's been known that we have 27 different cyanobacteria in this lake at any given time. That's a lot. But understanding where these algal blooms happen, how we can prevent them, and how we can better understand them is what we're committed to do. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Dr. Reisick.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming. So I'm Allison Reisick. I work for Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute and the Jefferson Project. I also wanted to mention I'm a visiting researcher at SUNY Fredonia, so I'm based here locally so that I can do a lot of research on Chautauqua Lake. I should also mention my boss, Kevin Rose, gave a presentation back in January that detailed all of the data that we collected last year. We also wrote a report that is all on the county website. The full report is there if you want to read it, and there's a YouTube video of him presenting. Nope. Okay, looks like it has started. Okay, before I get started, I also wanted to say thank you to all of my Jefferson Project colleagues. I'll be talking about a lot of different research today, but it was the culmination of a lot of different people's work. Oh, I pressed the button too many times that time. Got a few slides ahead. All right, so an overview for this talk. First, I'll talk about an introduction to just the Jefferson Project in general. Who are we and what do we do? Next, I'll get into what is a harmful algal bloom and how can we identify one, and then we'll get into harmful algal blooms in Chautauqua Lake and talk about some of the sampling techniques that we've used and what we've learned from that and what we know about harmful algal bloom triggers. And then we'll get into a project that we did last year about nearshore harmful algal blooms and how they affect lake bottom algae. So the Jefferson project started in 2013 as a collaboration between Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, IBM Research, and the Lake George Association on Lake George. And then in 2021, we moved over to Chautauqua Lake, and this was in collaboration with the Chautauqua Institution, but since then we've also partnered with several other organizations in the area. We're a big team of scientists. We have lots of different specialties. My specialty is harmful algal blooms. That's what my research background is in. But other people on the Jefferson project do things like lake physics, computer modeling, big data management, watershed modeling, lots of different stuff. And the central goal of the project is to understand the impacts of human activity on freshwater and how to mitigate those effects. So on Lake George, this includes stuff like invasive species and road salt pollution, but here on Chautauqua Lake, we're mostly focused on harmful algal blooms. As I mentioned, the Jefferson project started on Lake George. We've also done some work on Skaneateles Lake in central New York, and now we're working pretty intensively on Chautauqua Lake. And it's been really important to have all three of these lakes to kind of compare and contrast conditions, because we can learn a lot from applying what we learn from one lake to another lake. All right, so what is a harmful algal bloom? And I'll be saying HAB sometimes just as shorthand for harmful algal bloom because it's kind of a mouthful. But HAB means different things to people in different areas. For example, if you're near the ocean, this would be a totally different group of species. But here in freshwater, it usually refers to an overgrowth of cyanobacteria. And these can be toxin releasing, so they can be pretty harmful to people, but also pets and wildlife. That sign there that's shown on the screen, that's actually from Presque Isle State Park, where they give extra warnings for people not to let their dogs go in the water if there's an algae bloom. And the common toxins from cyanobacteria are neurotoxins, which affect the brain and spinal cord, and hepatotoxins, which affect the liver. And so this is some pretty serious stuff, so we're keeping track of it. So what are cyanobacteria? You'll also hear them called blue-green algae. That means the same thing. I'm going to go with a little bit more scientifically correct term of cyanobacteria though. These are naturally occurring. They're native species and everything. They're found in most freshwater systems. They're also the oldest plant or algae or anything to photosynthesize. So they produce oxygen. So we do have cyanobacteria to thank for a lot of the oxygen we breathe. However, when we have an overgrowth of cyanobacteria, because they do produce those toxins, that's when we really start to worry. All right, so how do we identify a freshwater harmful algal bloom? So you're probably familiar with this site on the right, where we have this kind of paint streak green look in the water. This is a picture I took in the South Basin last year. So that is pretty indicative of cyanobacteria. You get a similar looking surface scum from pollen sometimes in the spring, but pollen tends to be a little bit more yellow, so that's a way to tell it apart. One way that you can tell if it's cyanobacteria other than just the color and the look is that cyanobacteria tend to float really well. So if you scoop it up in a jar and let it sit in the sun for 10 minutes, if it all floats to the top and forms a scum on the surface, there's a good chance that it's cyanobacteria. And it's important to note that not all blooms are toxic. Sometimes it has to do with what the environment is like or the genetic strains that are there, but it's impossible to tell just by looking at a bloom whether it's toxic or not. The only way you can tell is to send a sample into a lab. And so it's important to be very careful if you do see a HAB like this. New York State, unfortunately, is pretty heavily impacted by HABs. These figures are from a paper that came out last year based on DEC data. On the left shows the number of reports from 2012 to 2020. You can see the number of reports of harmful algal blooms in New York State has increased during that time. Part of that is probably because people have gotten better at recognizing and reporting these blooms, but it does seem like there has been an increase. The map on the right shows all of the locations in New York State where HABs were reported from that same time period. So it's a very widespread problem, not only in New York State, but in a lot of other regions as well. All right, so zooming into Chautauqua Lake. Chautauqua is very unique in many respects, and one thing that's unique about it is that the two lake basins are very different from one another. So that's been a big theme in our research. So many of you probably know the South Basin, which we're looking towards in this photo, is a lot shallower, it's a little bit warmer, and it tends to have worse harmful algal blooms. The North Basin, on the other hand, is quite a bit deeper, and it's cooler, and it has some harmful algal blooms, but they're much less frequent. Okay, so how do we actually track HABs on Chautauqua Lake? I think what the Jefferson Project is most known for is our vertical profilers that we have out in the lake. If you've been boating out there, you might have seen these instruments. They look like big orange pontoon boats with big solar panels on them. What they are arrays of sensors, though. So we have several sensors connected to the bottom of the platform, and then we have some sensors that are continuously going up and down in the water, taking measurements. This includes things like temperature, oxygen, chlorophyll, which tells us how much algae is there. We're measuring water currents and things like water clarity, and also weather variables, including solar radiation, wind direction, and wind speed. Along with our sensor measurements, we do a physical lake sampling program. This is a very intensive program where we go out every other week and sample at 18 lake stations. This program changes a little bit each year as we update our protocols, but it's mostly to collect nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus, and measure how much algae is there, as well as other things like zooplankton, take water quality measurements. In the past, we've also tested toxins at all of these sites and done genomics work to look at the community that's, the algae community that's there. So these 18 sites, they really allow us to ground truth our sensor measurements so we can make sure those sensors are behaving properly, but also to expand from those two sites where we have all the sensors to expand our conclusions to the rest of the lake, because we have 18 sites spread all throughout the entire lake. And this is a very intensive monitoring program. Last year alone, we collected over 1,100 samples. So what have we learned so far from this research? So as you might expect, cyanobacteria were more abundant in the southern and central parts of the lake. This map shows one particular species called Aphanizomenon that is potentially toxic. The darker circles show where we found more of it. The lighter circles show where we found less. So we did see quite a bit of this species in the South Basin and also around Long Point and Bemis Point. Other key species that we've seen quite a bit of in Chautauqua Lake are Microcystis, which is also potentially toxic, and Gliotrichia. Gliotrichia is a little bit of a weird one, and if you go out to the lake right now, you might actually see some of it. It looks like little pom-poms floating around in the lake, little green pom-poms. Gliotrichia is a cyanobacteria, and sometimes it can release toxins, but from what we have learned in Chautauqua Lake, these strains do not seem to release toxins currently, so we're not sure if that's because of whatever environmental drivers there are, or if it's just a genetic strain that can't. But luckily, Gliotrichia in this lake seems like it's not very harmful, which is nice. And that's what we see early in the season. All right, so we've already heard from other presenters talking a little bit about nutrients. And just like we all need certain nutrients to grow, algae need this as well. So for algae, mostly what we're talking about are phosphorus and nitrogen. The more phosphorus and nitrogen there is, the more the algae can grow. So this is something that we're very interested in tracking, and we've done a lot of research on. So these maps show two different phosphorus measurements that we take. On the left is total phosphorus. This is all forms of phosphorus that are in the lake. And you'll notice there's quite a bit more in the South Basin. There's higher phosphorus in the South Basin. The map on the right shows soluble reactive phosphorus. This is the form of phosphorus that's most useful to algae. They're able to use this for their growth. So this is kind of the form that we're pretty worried about. And you'll notice that it has the complete opposite trend. It's lower in the South Basin. So that's actually a signal of the algae being there and taking up that usable phosphorus. So we know the algae is using that phosphorus to grow. So that's why it's lower in the South Basin. Something else that we've noticed here is that a lot of species in Chautauqua Lake are species that are able to use nitrogen from the atmosphere, not just from the water. So we call these nitrogen-fixing cyanobacteria. Not all cyanobacteria can do this, but a lot of the species in Chautauqua Lake can. So this is a little bit worrisome because even when nitrogen is limited, they're able to get some of their nitrogen just from the air. And something else that happens as they do this is that they're a little bit leaky, so they're releasing very small amounts of nitrogen into the water around them, which facilitates other algae to grow as well. And these three species that I have a picture of are Aphanizomenon, Gliotrichia, and Dolichospermum, which are all quite common in Chautauqua Lake. So what do we know about the triggers for harmful algal blooms so far? The common thinking is that if we have nutrients followed by really warm temperatures and a lot of sunlight, then we end up with a surface harmful algal bloom. However, it's not that simple. There's a lot of other stuff going on at the same time. And that's because the ecosystem is very complex. And like I already mentioned, things are happening a little bit differently in the North Basin as in the South Basin. But we think of the lake as a very complex system of systems. We've got stuff coming in off the land, in from streams. We've got stuff coming up from the sediment. And at the same time, we have these water currents happening. We have not only surface waves, but also internal waves. And then we have the entire food web. So we have algae interacting with zooplankton and fish and all this other stuff. And all of these organisms are moving around in the lake. Some of them are moving up and down in the water. Some of them are moving nearshore to offshore. So there's lots of interactions going on between the biology and physics in the system. So now I'll get into some of the specific mechanisms that we think are facilitating harmful algal blooms. One thing that we can think about is how thermal stratification is happening. So this is just the temperature that's in the lake from top to bottom. And what we usually have in the summer is a warm layer of water on top and a cold layer of water on the bottom. In the North Basin, where it's deeper, this stays like this for most of the summer. And because these two different water layers have different densities, they don't really mix very well. So this warm layer always stays on top, cold water always stays on bottom. And that not only separates kind of the nutrients that are there, they kind of tend to stay in one layer or the other until the fall, but also this kind of structure facilitates harmful algal blooms with this kind of calm stratified system. So this is what sets the stage for algal blooms. In the North Basin, this happens for the entire summer, In the South Basin, we get these small pulses of stratification, where it's that stable system for a few days at a time when it's really warm and not very windy. And then you may have heard in other talks about internal versus external nutrient loading. And we've been thinking about this a lot as well. External nutrient loading is nutrients that come from outside of Chautauqua Lake. This is stuff coming in through streams, over land, maybe in groundwater. And then internal loading is coming from within the lake itself, from the sediments. And the way that this happens is that when there's a situation where there's low oxygen, there's a chemical reaction that happens that releases phosphorus from the sediment. So we have to think of each of those sources as we're thinking about how to mitigate these nutrients coming in. So this was a main focus of our research last year, was looking at how this internal loading works. So this is the phosphorus that's being released from the sediments. The figure on the bottom left shows oxygen in the North Basin throughout the summer and fall. And you'll notice there's kind of a blue blob in that bottom corner there. That's the low oxygen conditions they were present from July through September last year in the deeper parts of the North Basin. And so as that oxygen had declined, you can see phosphorus actually being released from the sediments. That's what the figure on top shows. We saw a big pulse of phosphorus after that period of low dissolved oxygen. The South Basin is a little bit different. As I mentioned, it kind of stratifies every once in a while, and the oxygen goes low every once in a while. And last year we were able to measure using the CLP's nutrient sensor, so thank you to the CLP for that. We were able to use our oxygen measurements paired with the phosphorus measurements. And when we saw long periods of low dissolved oxygen in the South Basin, even if they only lasted a couple days, we did see some phosphorus release from the sediment. And so dissolved oxygen is really important to understand in Chautauqua Lake. It's a key variable, and we know that it gets depleted really rapidly when there's a when there are stratified conditions. So in the North Basin, dissolved oxygen is at pretty much zero towards the bottom of the lake for most of the summer. In the South Basin, it happens every once in a while, just for a couple days at a time. So this layer where there's low oxygen, it can support any complex life, like fish can't live at the bottom during those times in those regions, but it also gives us a good idea of what's going on with the phosphorus as well. So oxygen is really important to understand. Something we've also been working on is some of my colleagues at IBM Research have been working on circulation models, particularly my colleague Guillaume Auger. And so we've learned quite a bit from these models. And one of those things is how the interbasin exchange works. Usually we think of Chautauqua Lake water going from north to south because the outlet is at the south end of the lake. However, we've learned using our current profilers that sometimes the water flushes back northward. Sometimes that's only one of the layers, top or bottom layer, sometimes it's both layers. It doesn't happen that often, but it can happen. So that can tell us a little bit about where nutrients are going in the system, but also it introduces the potential for some algae to get flushed back northward a little bit. Okay, so our current understanding of Chautauqua Lake harmful algal blooms is that we definitely have abundant nutrients in this lake. This includes both nitrogen and phosphorus. However, we don't have that good of a handle on the sources and fates of all these nutrients. We also know that the North and South basins are behaving very differently from one another, but that they do influence one another. And so what we're doing now is working towards developing a better understanding of where these nutrients are coming from and where they're going within the lake. And that will help us inform management actions that might be taken. Okay, so next I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about one specific study that we did last year to look at nearshore algae. And I've noticed a lot of the dock owners that let us use their docks are in the audience, so thank you very much for that. It was very helpful. So for this project, we were looking at nearshore algal blooms around people's docks and how those were affecting some other algae in the lake, what we call benthic algae. The benthic algae live on the bottom of the lake. They're a really important part of the food web. The benthic algae is eaten by snails and insects and other stuff that's eaten by fish. So we do care what they're doing. So what we did is an algal tile survey, which you can see some photos of here. It's a very simple setup where we put out these unglazed clay tiles near people's docks at about 3 feet depth, facing south, so they got a lot of sunlight. And then we would take those out once a month and see what algae were there. At the same time, we were sampling the surface water to see if there were HABs in the area and measuring some other water quality parameters. So much like what we found with our offshore work, we found that there was much more algae in nearshore areas in the South Basin. This figure here has our North Basin sites in black and our South Basin sites in gray. And you'll notice that we saw a lot of algae, especially in the South Basin, towards August and September. And the difference in algae was a huge difference and indicates that we might see some shading. So these surface blooms were so dense, they're shading all the stuff underneath and not allowing that lake bottom algae to grow. So what we saw was that in the North Basin, which you can see in the black boxes here, we collected samples for 3 months. In the North Basin, this lake bottom algae just continues to grow throughout the season. In the South Basin, on the other hand, once those surface HABs come in, that lake bottom algae just kind of levels off. And so we do see some shading of the lake bottom environment by those surface HABs. So that's just kind of another way that we've noticed that these algae blooms are affecting the lake ecosystem. We have also gone through and identified all the species we found in the nearshore samples. Most of the species for the surface algae were the same. It was the same players, Microcystis, Phanosomnon, all this stuff. We found one different species in the lake bottom algae so far. It's the thing in the picture on the right. It's called Lingbia, which is also potentially toxic. It's a cyanobacteria. It was not present at all sites. It was very hard to understand where it was. It was just in a couple sites in the North Basin and in the South Basin. But that was new information for us. All right, so moving forward, we've talked a lot about nutrients. So nutrients coming in are affecting not only these harmful algal blooms, the benthic algae, also macrophytes and everything else in the lake. So what we want to work towards next is to develop a high resolution nutrient budget. And Julie had mentioned there is an existing nutrient budget for Chautauqua Lake, and what we're interested in doing is building on that and making it higher resolution. So we can actually zoom in on different parts of the year in different areas of the lake and understand what nutrients are coming in where. So you can think of a nutrient budget as just like balancing your checkbook. You have some stuff coming in, you have some stuff going out, and what you're left with is the nutrients are there at any given area or time. So for inputs, we think about both internal loading and external loading. So that's nutrients coming in from streams over the land, from the sediment, and then we subtract the nutrients that are going out either out the outlet or being taken up by stuff that lives in the water. And what we're left with is phosphorus or nitrogen concentration at any given time or place. And to that end, we are doing a few new things this year with our monitoring programs. Last year, our vertical profilers, those are the things with all the sensors on them. Last year, they were, one was off of DeWittville and one was right in the middle of the South Basin. This year, we're planning on putting them a lot closer to the bridge. So one of them will be a little bit above Long Point and one will be just below the bridge. The reason for doing that is to better understand that interbasin exchange so we can see how much water is flowing between the North and South Basins. Along with that, we have started our tributary station rollout. So we have 6 stations on the main tributaries to Chautauqua Lake that will be monitoring water quality and nutrients coming in each of these tributaries. These are Mud Creek, DeWittville, Prendergast, Bemis, Ball, and Goose Creeks. And so these are the biggest watersheds, but we hope in the future to add more tributary stations to the smaller watersheds as well. So that'll give us an idea of how much nutrients are coming in from each of those separate watersheds. So overall, we've seen that Chautauqua Lake has pretty persistent harmful algal blooms, and we do have abundant nutrients here available for algal growth. It's a good time for the clicker to stop. All right, so there are a lot of factors that lead up to a harmful algal bloom. Several of these things, including nutrient loading, take decades. I mean, we've had this problem for quite some time now, and so we need to think really hard about strategies to mitigate this nutrient inflow. And then we have other things where we can predict what's going on within maybe a couple weeks, things like calm, warm weather conditions. But then all of these things culminate to end up in a harmful algal bloom. So it's sometimes easier to understand these immediate triggers for harmful algal blooms than these longer-term triggers. But we're interested in intensively studying both of them. But overall, nutrient reduction, both nitrogen and phosphorus, is really key for mitigating these blooms. And a high resolution nutrient budget will help us get there and help us pinpoint the most useful areas for management. All right, so I'd just like to acknowledge my colleagues in the Jefferson Project, both at RPI and IBM, and thank you to Chautauqua County, LGA, and the Chautauqua Institution. Thank you to Sheldon Foundation for the tributary monitoring station funding. Thank you to SUNY Fredonia, especially Dr. Courtney Wigdall Perry for hosting me as a visiting scientist. And also thank you to all the dock owners who let us measure stuff from the docks. We really appreciate that. And yeah, write down any questions you have for me, and I'm happy to chat later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reisig. One of the things that I think is really important is as we move forward in this, if you look and notice the collaboration that takes place in this lake. When I first came in, I coined a phrase from one of our predecessors, the unity of effort. And you'll see today, strength and unity is the theme for this symposium. We cannot move forward without that unity. Technical difficulties, apologize. But that unity is what drives us. One of the things I'd like to point out the senator said, and it's something that was left by Vince Horrigan, a balanced approach. You know, whether it's a balanced approach in our budget, in our dealing with a variety of issues in Chautauqua County, but I think the senator struck today the balanced approach with Chautauqua Lake. We need that. The focus has been on that balanced approach, but we need to work together. We need to continue. I thank all of the property owners that do engage in our research projects for donating your dock space and the availability. Also, the CLP has been a great partner for scientific research. I can't say enough about the unity and the use of science in this lake, but also the collaborations we've seen. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is fine. I believe that'll get us into a little bit more time with our Q&A. The staff is moving around right now. If you have any questions, please remember to write them down. They'll be collecting them and preparing them for our speakers. Also, the other piece to this is that obviously some of these questions are redundant, as we've seen, but if there are some questions that may take a little bit of time, we want to make sure that our presenters do have the ability to look those questions over and get the information effectively to you. At this time, Justin, are we all set for? Okay. So our next presenter will be via Zoom. Dr. Harry Kolar is the IBM Research from IBM Research and the Associate Director of the Jefferson Project. So at this time, we'll turn it over to Dr. Kolar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Can you hear me? Okay. All right, great. So first of all, I would like to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak this morning, and I'm going to start a set of charts here, which will be complementary to what Allison talked about, and sort of stepping back and giving you a little bit broader picture of sort of the lake management approach, if you will, and some of the things that we're doing, not only on the HAB side, but some other aspects. So let me just share my screen here. Okay. All right. Hopefully you've got the full charts now. Very good. All right. So thanks very much. So let me just start out. And again, this is a little bit of repetitious, but to sort of reinforce, obviously, from the Jefferson Project standpoint, we're looking at water quality and dynamics associated with it across both spatial and temporal scales. And the overall emphasis to better understand for the initial phases of the project here, HABs. There's many other things to consider when you're talking about water quality in a lake, and obviously a precious natural resource and an important natural resources in so many ways for Chautauqua County, and that's exactly what Chautauqua Lake is. The way we get there really involves a number of things, integrated approaches and state-of-the-art technology. So this doesn't mean just equipment, let's say software, computers, et cetera, but also methods of how we approach these things. Everything from analytical techniques on the sampling side and how we really look at these problems. And from a year-to-year basis, depending on the actual data that we find and the results that we find, that really guides our way forward. And it's a complicated system, as you've seen already, probably throughout the years, through some of the other presentations, through the results of the initial phases, and also what Allison had shown you. So I'm going to just pause on this chart, again, just to reinforce the complexities here. We monitor physical, chemical, and biological aspects of the lake. We also model them using sophisticated computer modeling. There's many things that go on, and Allison hit some of those things, but I'd like to just mention a few of them, because the whole problem of HABs, as you well know, is many times sort of covered with a heuristic saying, you've got warm temperatures, you've got nutrients, obviously, probably calm winds, and that generally generates a HAB. The conditions are very dependent on a whole lot of other parameters. As you well know, people have studied HABs for decades, spent their entire careers on it academically and even professionally. So it is a complicated situation. There's a lot that goes on in the lake, which many people aren't aware of, and we've talked about that. This whole business of lake stratification, which is a natural sort of phenomenon, what happens in the physics of the lake, and then the currents that are actually involved, which are numerous. So there's interactions at the bottom of the lake having to do with water movement, which you may be unaware of. And then through the multiple layers, different temperature layers and density layers, there are also different types of currents involved, all the way up to the surface currents, which are basically driving everything, with the wind coupling. And then you mix everything else into it, such as runoff, et cetera, and it gets pretty complicated. And piece by piece, if we decompose this problem, we understand it better. The idea is to understand sort of the root causes of HABs in order to get to the point of being able to provide data and focused research, if you will, to generate information that can be used to develop mitigation solutions. And it's, again, there are many solutions in these areas, many that are being tried out now, newer solutions, et cetera. But the question is for particular cases, how these might actually differ. So, you know, you've seen some of these things, and I'm not going to go through them in a lot of detail. There's a lot of sensor work, so you can kind of break things into two pieces. There's a lot of observational data, and that can come from equipment, meaning sensors, using the vertical profilers, the robotic buoys, if you will, all kinds of sensors there. Obviously, there are physical sampling techniques, as Allison has talked about, and then most recently, we're rolling out the first stages of the tributary monitoring stations, the first 6. We have hopeful intentions of putting in another 6 to complement those in the next sort of most important tributary and sub-watershed areas. And then all the other studies that you've seen. So all these things combine, and then in the midst of all this is computer modeling. So how can we best understand and predict some of the consequences of, let's say, harmful algal blooms or changes within water chemistry over time? And that's done with a sophisticated set of models, computer models, which we run in what we call an operational fashion. So I'll talk a little bit about that. So this is kind of the big picture of what the overall system does. So there, on the bottom layer, obviously, are all the different types of sensors. We have the things we've shown before, and then one sensor that you haven't seen on the right-hand side is called a acoustic Doppler current profiler. These can actually be put on the bottom, looking up from the lake bottom to analyze and basically map the currents within the volume of water they analyze. Each one of the vertical profilers we use, which is purposely built, specially built by RPI and IBM, has 3 of those on it, operating at different frequencies so that they can measure different things. So we have a lot of sort of complementary sensors as well. So when we do detect something or do observe something, it's correlated and validated with other data. Not all cases, but in most cases. All of that feeds data into this, what we call the analytics platform, which basically has a big database in it, which stores the data. It stores the data in a very interesting way because it uses a data model, a representation of the model of the data, which is consistent. And this is an open model that is actually designed by the National Science Foundation. So it enables us to share data very easily. So what that means is that when it comes to things like government grants, it's easy to share data and to publish data. The other piece of it, it's also easy to then look across different studies. As you well know, many studies, scientific studies, university-based studies, industry studies, consulting organizations do their own thing. And many times it's difficult to sort of reconcile the data because the formats are actually different. It's not horribly difficult, but the problem is it's time consuming and it does require time and money to do that. Here, everything that we're doing on this platform originated at Lake George and actually originated even earlier on a Hudson River project that we did many years ago. But we can actually look across, at this point in time, 3 lakes because we've collected almost 10 years of data at Lake George. We've collected data, obviously, now at Chautauqua Lake. We've also spent some time at Skaneateles in the Finger Lakes region. So we can start to look at commonalities, even though the lakes are very, very different, different portions of the state, obviously, but very different in their states, if you will, of water quality, et cetera, and dynamics. We can share that data and start to look at common trends and apply thinking and research in those areas. There's an analytics layer on top of that. There's visualization, et cetera. Take a look at the data, download the data, et cetera, for manipulation. We also are building something called the scenario engine, which is something to look out into the future at the decadal scale. So it's interesting to talk about, what can we do for the lake in the short term? But the question is what kinds of changes will drive what kinds of changes in the future, but not 2 years down the road. But tell me, if there's a land development situation, if there's road salt incursion, if there's a change in species, if there's a change in temperature, the pH, climate, et cetera. Tell me what happens in 10, 20, 30 years. And that's really essential for planning, long-range planning. All of that then is then connected to what we call an operational computer model forecasting system, which is driven by a very, very high resolution weather model, which basically runs on a daily basis. And that provides us 10-minute steps in weather reports every about 333 meters is the way we actually run it in the high resolution mode. So every 333 meters, we can give you a weather report every 10 minutes. That then drives a runoff model, which is the whole land surface model using the streams, et cetera. This is exactly why we're putting in the stream stations in order to tie them into the models and validate the models. So we have all this ground truthing taking place so that we can understand whether or not our modeling techniques are actually accurate with actual measurements. Then we drive both of those models with a circulation model, which Allison also mentioned. This is where we've been looking at the, let's say, the bidirectional currents going through the pinch points of the lake between the two basins around Bemis Point, but interbasin, intrabasin as well to understand what the dynamics are there. And this comes down to not only what's happening with HABs, but other things that go on in terms of how nutrients move, how impurities can move, et cetera. And then all that can tie into the chemistry, the biology, something called the food web. And that is another model which basically ties the biological end into it, where ultimately you could do something like basically dial in a set of conditions and say, well, if the temperature changes, or if, let's say, one chemical constituent changes within the lake, let's say the pH changes, acidity, right? If the pH changes, what's going to happen to particular species? Will they move? Will they die? What happens with invasive species? We've also created AI-based models called niche models, basically saying, you know, if invasive species of this type would enter the lake, would it survive? Where would it actually thrive, et cetera? So all these things are tied together in a coherent fashion for us to better understand. And we basically build what's called a digital twin of the lake. And the little inset graphic here to the right is a combined one. This is of Lake George because we don't have all the parameters right yet flowing, but we can actually combine all of the data, whether it be observational data or modeling data, into a very sophisticated map that shows the surfaces of the lake and the bathymetry of the lake that's overlaid in it, and things like temperature, currents, et cetera. So you can actually see what's happening within the lake and model those types of things. So let me talk a little bit about the technology. So what makes us different? This is really important because it also highlights the fact of the benefits of the last 10 years of work at Lake George and at Chautauqua and at Skinny Atlas have all driven a lot of the technologies forward and created some pretty important breakthroughs. So you've seen, obviously, the vertical profilers. They're a big deal. The old one that you can see here is one of the older generation ones, one generation back. And to the right, you basically see the types of data we get from this. And in the middle is basically the picture of the column of water that we observe. So there's a sensor here, which I think you can see my cursor. There's a sensor that goes up and down on a robotics-based platform. It basically steps through the water, goes all the way down to the bottom before it hits the bottom of the lake, then turns back around and comes up. At each point it stops, it basically collects data at very, very high frequency, which means many, many samples per second versus just one sample and then 20 minutes later, another sample, et cetera. If you look at the left side here, a typical off-the-shelf, which we started actually with off-the-shelf equipment in this particular case at Lake George, would sample at intervals like this. If you look at sort of top to the bottom of the lake, we have the ability to break those into very, very small discrete steps by improvements we've made and design changes we've made. So we can step the probes, and each one of the packages, the payloads, the sensor sonde holds 6, 7 types of different sensors, and then there's sensors on board, et cetera. So what does this mean? What it means is on the left-hand side, so the blue graph here basically shows time on the bottom axis, left to right. So this is recording data over time, and then depth of from the surface down to the bottom of the lake. And then the colors in the scheme here basically give you the signal. The lighter the signal, the higher the measurements here in terms of, in this case, blue-green algae. And then this is actually recording during a HABs. So all these little dashes, vertical dashes, are actually showing us the distribution of blue-green algae vertically in the water column from the bottom of the lake to the top. The big question always is, you see all the blue-green algae, you see all the surface scum from a HAB on the surface. Where does it originate? How does it originate? Obviously, all the kind of basic mechanism types of things. And what are the dynamics within? the actual water column. And these start not only with the blue-green algae, but obviously with things like the nutrients. So how are the nutrients taken up, et cetera. So here we are actually picking up this signal, and then basically from the right-hand side where that signal disappears is where the HAB is now dissipated. Before we designed this technology and tested this technology, we never saw any of those little dashes in the left-hand side. We were completely blind to it. We had no idea. We could do the measurements. You could do the typical things, looking at the surface scum by taking a water sample, et cetera, but we did not see any of this detail. So this is a really, really good example. And I will tell you that, we pushed the envelope on some of these things. Many people said, well, you don't need to sample that frequently. What's the point of doing that? Well, we really didn't know what the point was, but it was worth a try, and it's yielded tremendous benefits. So this is an example of sort of breakthrough technologies. And now the most sophisticated vertical profilers, I think, that are out there are the ones that are now being deployed and have been deployed now at Chautauqua Lake. So we took the most sophisticated ones, the third generation ones, which are the ones with the new red pontoons, which you'll see again, hopefully this year. So the other piece of it is looking at other correlation. So the sensors are not only the ones that are dropped below the water and go down the water column, but then we look at things like a surface measurement. So there's on the left-hand side here, you see the vertical profile. This is one of the older generation, but on the left-hand side, the left corner, you can see there's a sensor hanging in the water. That's also a blue-green algae sensor. And this is the signal from it in the second column here. No surprise there, obviously it's a pretty active HAB, but if you take a look at the depth measurement here, you can see how the correlation works out. So we know what's going on now under the water, at the surface, and by looking at the technology using our wind stations, there's a full complement of weather sensors on top. You can see here that you've got a relatively calm period of wind, and then basically the bloom occurs. Again, these are the characteristics that we normally see as sort of the heuristics of this is normally what happens. And as soon as the wind picks up, basically this dissipates. So these are the kinds of interrelationships we're looking for and to best understand the actual mechanism. Last year, we did a pilot study of a nutrient sensor. This was the one that Allison had mentioned with the CLA, and using one of the submersible nutrient sensors, looking at nitrates, phosphates, et cetera, near the lake bottom, because we're interested in the sediment. What we're also looking at is employing some other technology for actual sample collection, because those are limited in their ability to capture samples, and they're basically sensing one thing, whereas it would be helpful to actually have larger volume water samples, and they're not really practical to go out and measure them by boat, by hand. So we've been now looking at employing what we're calling our submersible platform for automated time series sampling, our SPATS unit. This is a Vince Moriarty design. We actually started in coral research. Vince used to run it, was the lead for a long-term ecological research facility in Polynesia, believe it or not. So they were doing some work on coral and ocean acidification, but he's now started to develop this for lake-bound use, if you will. And he's got a prototype now that they're working on, that they could actually drop off the vertical profiler and collect samples. And what this would allow right now in the prototype form is collecting a half a liter samples, 13 of them at depth. So all underwater, fixed interval sampling, or it can be computer driven by either environmental factors. In other words, something changes, go ahead and take a sample, or it could be also triggered by our models. So there's bidirectional communications between the sensor platforms and our models. So if we know things like weather changes are coming, there's a big storm coming, and we're monitoring one particular element of the lake, let's say where that temperature separation layer is, and we normally step the probe every 10 centimeters or half a meter, what have you, but we know that there's going to be a severe storm event and high winds and mixing will take place. We can automatically trigger the sampling algorithms to change to monitor more frequently. And we can do that at the tributary stations as well for things like extracting a physical sample, not just running the sensors there. So this has right now a 5-day deployment duration, but this is the kind of thing that we're looking for to gain more insight into what is actually happening in terms of the overall lake health and changes in water chemistry. The other thing, I'm showing you sort of highlights of things to come from a future standpoint, and the types of things that are important to understand, again, lake mechanisms. The other point is, now that we're measuring the tributary stations, at least the first 6 ones that are important, the largest subcatchments, if you will, it's interesting to understand how those interact with the actual lake itself. So we measure things like flow, we measure water quality at those areas, but the way the streams actually enter the lake make a difference. And what I mean by that is, when we model these things, and these are physics-based models, we validate them with actual measurements, and we have AI algorithms to make sure we can tune those models to make sure that they're accurate. These run every day, and they give us this whole picture of the ecosystem all the way through. So we can model the whole lake this way at certain levels of resolution. But the other thing is, as the streams come into the lake, with the temperature variation within the lake, which of course varies by basin, varies across seasons, and temperature and weather, there's the stream intrusion actually tends to drive where the actual contaminants or any contaminants would flow, which would include nutrients. And we've already done work. There was a paper done several years ago on this. We've done some experiments at Lake George looking at this, and this is a good example of how we tie different things together. And what we found on the right-hand side here is, these are, again, maps of particular variables. Temperature is the first one on top. The second one is conductivity, which is kind of an indicator of things, constituents within the water, could be salts, things like that. And then the other one is fluorescence of dissolved organic matter. But what you see here is the zigzaggy line here with the temperature differentiation here. With highlighted areas, we're basically measuring impurities that are sitting at that thermocline layer. So at the actual boundary layer. So basically what this means, the contaminants don't just run into the lake and then distribute themselves like you're pouring something into, a beaker or into a large bowl. What happens is they actually will sit at a certain level, and that will determine where they go and how fast they will go and migrate into different areas. Again, what do you really care about that for? The reason you care about it is because those layers can actually act as channels to drive those contaminants, move them to different areas, and then you have to factor in things like the water currents to see how it's carried throughout the lake. So where does this actually go? So we're able to predict things like particle movement. You've seen some of those animations before. So if it's a contaminant, we can factor in, number one, where it enters and where it goes, depending on what the conditions are within the lake. And that includes everything, including runoff, including the temperature of the streams, including wind conditions, etc. So ultimately, you can actually determine where these things go and where they will sort of reside. So these are all important factors. They may seem like nuances, and they're very specific, but they all play into this whole lake dynamics, understanding the lake, and also understanding how the nutrient budget will actually work. So one of the things that's very important, obviously, is to understand, what's coming into the lake, how it's coming into the lake, in order to have a chance to do something about it. But there's a whole bunch of things that become fairly complicated and not so easy to sort out, things like groundwater intrusion, et cetera, which is sort of a whole different branch. So this is actually a little more information to show how these different sensors, which again aren't showing any particular contaminant in the case of like conductivity, but a class of them, but it can still show you that there are things that are showing up at particular layers and moving into the lake in particular ways. And this is the reference here from the Swinton et al. Paper coming in from Lake George. So I just wanted to hit a few sort of highlight points to get you a little bit of familiarity with some of the things we're looking at. I will also comment that there have been some side projects which you're probably unaware of, we haven't really talked very much about. And those include things, and Allison mentioned, obviously, the concern for, cyanobacteria and the toxins that are produced. We're also looking into aerosolization of those toxins. So this is a big concern because some of these, and the marine community is heavily investigating this, but you'll know if you're in some of these areas that have heavy algal blooms, the air quality is different. And you can tell it causes respiratory distress. et cetera. But in some cases, they're looking at some of these things actually long-term effects for things like, neurological diseases, Alzheimer's, things like that. So there are investigations that are going on right now, and we've done some work and published some papers in some different areas. But we have been out at Chautauqua Lake at some of the docks during some peak times with some new equipment that we've actually tested to see if we can capture basically particulates that are in the air. So that's a stay tuned for. But again, we're trying to look at this holistically because all of these things have an impact, obviously, not only on the lake, but the sort of the quality of life and public health and safety. So let me stop with a few final comments. Our focus has been on HABs and overall water quality. Again, it's a holistic approach. The nutrient budget, a high resolution nutrient budget, is an imperative. The more we can measure, the better. The more we can model and combine that with the measurements, the better. Basically, the error bars on the problem become smaller and smaller. The more data we collect, the more ability we have to look across other lakes as well, which we do. And the more we can push the envelope on some of the technology to really extract the maximum information and really high quality data from the lake. It also establishes a very good baseline to manage the lake, right? We have to have a starting point, if you will. There's various studies that have gone on over the years, et cetera. But this is one way to actually put things together with a lot of automation and also using a lot of sensors, which obviously, having humans out taking water samples is very, very time consuming, very, very expensive, et cetera. So there are a lot of ways we can complement that. Regular water sampling, physical water sampling will never be replaced one way or another. So that's always going to take place, but it's going to be focused in many, many areas. We found that even in Lake George, when we started the project there was 30 years of water sampling data, but was mostly into deep water. And we started moving then closer and closer to the shoreline and then up the streams as well, and found how important that was. There's all kinds of different effects. So the research and development has, generated a lot of new findings. There's no question about that. We've been making progress. And I think, the decade of work now is really contributing, and Chautauqua Lake, which is great, has really benefited because we're able to test these things out and show that they are translatable. With the focus on HABs, you're sort of the center of attention, which is great because we're establishing sort of a center of competency indirectly there at Chautauqua Lake, which is obviously important for the lake, and I think will be important to also establish a focus there for funding, et cetera, in the future. And the whole lake management piece is really, really important. And I stress that from a couple of different reasons, because you need to have a holistic understanding. And it's also going to be, from a long-term standpoint, a great way to manage the lake. We'll do things like provide you ability to do early warning systems for HABs. We'll be obviously monitor remediation, mitigation programs, and again, establish a baseline, et cetera. We're doing the same thing at Lake George for salt reduction. We have clearly built models showing that if salt is reduced in certain watersheds by a certain percentage, it's going to result in an improvement in water quality, and we're seeing those results now on a sort of a 5-year sort of basis. So the infrastructure that is going in, although a lot of it is focused on the HABs problem, is useful across the board, whether it be looking at other organisms in the lake, plants, et cetera. It's all part of the overall lake management piece. So, we see that as something that will continue in the future. We also, I think we've mentioned this on several presentations before, the stream stations have been designed in a very novel way in terms of the footings that have been used helical screws versus pouring pads and digging up the land and pouring concrete, et cetera. So they're actually movable if need be. So they can be repositioned once one particular area might require more attention or what have you. So we have the ability to do that, and they're low environmental impact. So we put those kinds of designs in place, which is something that Chautauqua Lake and the county and the institution and Sheldon Foundation should be very proud of, because it's a real commentary on taking extra care to protect the lake and the watershed around it. So I think I will stop there. I know we'll have questions at the end. Hopefully give you a sort of a larger brush picture We have a lot of people working on the project, obviously, a lot of different disciplines. Allison's a great example. We're very fortunate to have her. There aren't many people with her background, and to have her actually resident at the lake and in the area is absolutely fantastic and beneficial. So that has worked out very well, and we look to future movements in that area as well. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kohler. One of the things to remember, if you listen to the end of the presentation, we would be remiss if we didn't start to look into the future. So if you'll notice, there was a significant push around the area of Lake George of reducing road salt. And there around Lake George were more town and villages and having an impact. The state has also asked for a salt reduction in the Adirondack State Parks, which is moving forward. We have to realize Chautauqua County is surrounded by Route 430, Route 394. Yes, along some of our closer areas, they are, plowed by towns and villages. But I would dare say we're probably the only lake that is traversed by an interstate. And when I was talking to somebody from the DOT, I said, if you look along that lake, as it's now a lot of attention to it due to the reconstruction, there are those large tubes going down. Well, those are drop inlets. So that collects runoff, spillage, and where does it go? Right into the lake. So one of the concerns we've approached this, I approached this with Julie, and we've mentioned it to the DEC, is can we look at some sort of containment policy or a containment device? I know it's been mentioned by John Jablonski from the watershed. Each one of those drop inlets could go into a trough, if you will. That trough would run off to either side and begin to use natural percolation for the water to go down through and remove that salt from going into the lake. It isn't a problem in our lake as it is in others, but why wait till it becomes a problem before we start to address it? And uniquely enough, one of the gentlemen I talked to, I said, what do you do when one of those freeze up? Yeah, we take a 5-gallon bucket of salt, dump it right in that drop inlet. Thanks. Take a 5-gallon bucket of salt and dump it in the lake, because that's inevitably what's going to happen. Now, it's not done out of maliciousness or anything like that, but it's just that's the method, and people don't realize it, because here in New York, Western New York, we want bare roads, and we don't want to drive on snowpack or hardpack and ice, but that also comes at a cost. So we need to look at those as we go forward. Just to remind everybody that today's events are being live streamed on the county's YouTube channel. But if you go to youtube.com/@Chautauqua County, a posting of this will be done for those who have to leave early to review this, watch it again. We appreciate over 162 people were here today. So obviously the importance of this is phenomenal. Many of you know, or maybe you don't know, if we threw a sailboat or a canoe right at the base of my office in Mayville, and you took the time, as Andrew Hale and a friend did many years ago, if you follow the waters, you end up in the Mississippi. So think about that. Why is it so important? We are the headwaters of the Mississippi River right here in Chautauqua County. Uniquely enough, we are the only lake that flows into a river, that flows into a creek, that flows back into a river as it moves on down the system. So it was interesting. We had a developer, and he said, well, this building was built right along a creek. Like, don't mean to be rude, but that's considered a river. Not big, but the Chautauqua River is not overly big. And when you look at, one of the concerns we have here is you're taking a 2-mile width of this lake in some points, and we flow it into an outlet that is much smaller. And inevitably, you saw some of the pictures, the Warner Dam is even much smaller. So there are theories, and there are people that are presenting, how could we increase that, increasing the water flow, et cetera. If you were to look outside right now, it looks as if there's a steady current from the north to the south. And as Dr. Reisig said, that isn't always true. One thing before we move on to our next presenter, if you go outside and to your left when you leave the building, you'll see a contraption sitting over there in the grass. That is one of 6 Mobitracks that are deployed here in Chautauqua Lake. Those Mobitracks are able to get close to the shore for that shoreline cleanup. And again, I reached out, my friend Steve, who's here in the audience, went to his property, and that Mobitrack is the device that will assist CLA in our shoreline maintenance. Don Emhart is here. Is Don right back there, Town of Chautauqua Supervisor? Don is the guru, the master, the essential operating man for our Mobitrax. Town of Chautauqua has 5 deployed here in Chautauqua Lake, and they assist in the CLA in lake maintenance. The one that is here was bought in partnership with, I believe, the CLP, Mike Latone in the back, and David Hart, who 2 years ago kind of broke the mold where you're able to walk, at least the ducks were walking on water because the weeds were so bad right out in front of here. So there's some implementation of new science they have with current movement, getting those weeds to flow, and now the system they've had, actually everything flows over to a corner and is able to be collected at the end of the year. So again, constant evolution, constant involvement, constant working together. At this time, I'm going to take a moment to introduce Lieutenant Colonel Paul Lord with SUNY Oneonta. So as we go along with these presentations, one of the reasons that I was asked to consider this is because in years past, different stakeholders had a rally or a presentation, and they had their science coming in and presenting, good or bad, however you want to take it. We're looking at the positive, it's great science. So what the symposium is doing is bring all of our stakeholders together, bringing their science and having their scientists present. So at this time, without further ado, we're going to turn the microphone over to Lieutenant Colonel Paul Lord with SUNY Oneonta.
But I won't be using the microphone. I'll practice a little command voice. How's that for you? You tired of that microphone every morning? Yeah, I am too. I'm happy to be back here at Chautauqua. I didn't think I was going to be. I've been doing this for over 20 years now. Some of you aren't listening. Maybe we need a refresher. Because I have been saying pretty much the same thing for the last 20 years. The data changes a little bit from year to year, but some of the key principles, which I used to put at the end of the presentation, I'm going to shove at the beginning this time, just in case you missed it. For those of you who are really tired from sitting on your butts for the last 2 hours, I'm going to give you the key takeaway. The key takeaway about the aquatic macrophytes, I'm sorry, sir, but they're not weeds. The aquatic macrophytes in the lake. That is, if your goal is to control the non-native species, you're screwing it up. If your goal is to knock down all the weeds, all the plants, you're doing a great job. Okay? That's the bottom line I have for you today. Now let's get into some of the details. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Lord. I'm deaf. Probably one of the reasons that I doubt a little bit. Yeah, the other might be nearly 30 years in the Marine Corps, which is what's responsible for the deafness. I am an aquatic scientist. I spend a lot more time now in rivers and streams working to conserve freshwater prairie mussels than I do working with lakes and ponds on their aquatic macrophytes, because frankly, these kinds of events become pretty darn tedious. Folks just don't listen. I serve at SUNY Oneonta without the benefit of a terminal degree, so you don't get to call me doctor or professor. God knows why they put up with me, I don't know. Some students hate me, some love me. Yeah, go figure that one. All right. Photosynthetic organisms in lakes. You have water, you have nutrients, you have light, something is going to grow in the lake, and it's going to be green. It's just that simple, okay? My dad was a nut about getting dandelions out of the lawn. I used to dream while I was out there with that little dandelion digger about taking a bulldozer to the lawn and taking out the dandelions. But you and I both know that if I had done that, if I'd been able to do that, that really wouldn't have taken care of the dandelions in the lawn, because the dandelions would have come back in quicker than the lawn did. Some of our management techniques are very much akin to this bulldozer. So let's talk about this. Nutrients. Nutrients for those green photosynthetic organisms come from lawn fertilizers, they come from our pets, they come from the geese that we don't keep off the lawn because we don't want to ruin the edge, the lawn edge going down to the water's edge. Yes, we need those buffer strips to keep those geese out, keep that 2 pounds of concentrated fertilizer being deposited in the lake off your lawn by those geese every day. Water, nutrients, life, green stuff. Green stuff. Let's talk about the green stuff. Aquatic plants, sometimes called weeds, even by our friends at DEC. We also have freshwater seaweeds here in Chautauqua Lake and in many places across New York State. And one of those happens to be Nyctalopsis obtusa, the starry stonewort we've been hearing about this morning. Here's a little takeaway to consider about starry stonewort. I didn't actually think about this before I came here this morning and heard about all the commotion about starry stonewort here. Starry stonewort was first found in New York in 1974. It wasn't until 2004 that we had any instance of starry stonewort in an obnoxious, recreationally impeding organism in the state. It happened up in a state park on Lake Ontario. I was up there doing the initial, trying to figure out what it was. Found out it was something that somebody had found in a little backwater of the Erie Canal in 1974. Starry stonewort is spread like wildfire across the northern tier of the United States, causing all sorts of people to be upset in Michigan and Minnesota. There's a pattern to it. Starry stonewort comes in, erupts. You know, over a couple of years, with or without management, most places, starry stonewort simply replaces the freshwater macroalgae that were there to begin with, the nitellas and the caries. So, is starry stonewort a problem in Chautauqua Lake? Believe me, I'd much rather that we had one of the natives here, but is it a problem here in Chautauqua Lake? I don't know, because it's not being found in any quantity in the places that we've sampled. Microscopic algae, another green photosynthetic organism. And we have, depending on how you define algae, we have good algae and bad algae. We have the cyanobacteria, which you heard a lot about from our good friends at Jefferson Project, working hard to figure out what the triggers are and how to control them. Hazardous algae blooms. Now becoming much more common across New York State because our summers are much longer, and oh yeah, we are just continuing to dump nutrients into our lakes. A lot of it from things that appear to be very essential, like roadside ditching. But those ditching practices really need some refinement. Because what we're doing is we're mainlining mud into our lakes from the roadside ditches because we're not maintaining them properly. All right, so that was my 101 on photosynthesis. Let's see, a little bit about aquatic plants. It's really not very hard to kill aquatic plants. I know that. There are a few other people in the room who know that because some of us have spent a lot of time trying to grow them in greenhouses. And when you get a few tricks down, it becomes much more routine, but stuff still happens. They're not hard to kill them at all. And there's a whole bunch of different things you can use to kill aquatic plants. The bigger problem is, when you've taken out that dandelion, did you put a little grass seed in that hole? Because if you didn't, what's most likely going to reappear in that hole you left in the lawn? Turns out that our obnoxious invasive plants love those disturbances. Finally, I want to come to the Eurasian water milfoil because when I first came to Chautauqua Lake in 2003, working with Bob Johnson, we've been working here a bunch of years before that, the whole focus was on Eurasian water milfoil. And I spent a bunch of time focusing on Eurasian water milfoil across lakes in New York State. Not the lakes were the problem. I was trying to figure out why, when Eurasian water milfoil was being so widely dispersed across North America, there were so many lakes where it wasn't a problem. Eurasian water milfoil shows up in about 90% of the lakes in New York State. About 60% of the lakes in New York State never give it a thought. They kind of know it's there, but as long as it's not bothering them, the lake stakeholders don't need to be concerned about it. Now, I had another hour to give you all the reasons why that works so well in some water bodies. But let me tell you what benefits Eurasian water milfoil, and then we need to consider perhaps some of what we're doing around Chautauqua Lake. Eurasian water milfoil loves disturbances. It loves disturbances. It's the dandelion. So, mud flows come into the lake, they bury over the native plants, which can't grow up through that mud flow. They bury over the insects that eat the Eurasian water milfoil. Eurasian water milfoil, much like asparagus, I mean, asparagus growers here know that the way we grow asparagus is we dump lots of stuff. Usually it's manure stuff on top, and they come popping up in the springtime without the benefit, without the competition of other weeds. Yeah? And that's exactly how Eurasian water milfoil benefits from mud flows. Road salt. Eurasian water milfoil can persist, doesn't like it, but can persist in brackish water. Half salt, half fresh water. DOT is up there dumping salt all over the bridge. Necessary? Well, something's necessary to keep ice off the bridge going across the lake. But right under the bridge, what are you going to find? You're going to find Eurasian water milfoil because over the course of the winter, the salt has poisoned the native freshwater plants and macroalgae under the bridge. Herbicides. Herbicides, even the selective herbicides, weaken our native plants. And whenever we use an herbicide on a particular plant and it's affected, we have a hole in the bottom. Nothing growing over the top. What is the first thing that's going to exploit that open space? It's going to be the quickest growing photosynthetic organism in the water body, which is usually invasive. Carps. Carps. Wow, we've got a bunch of them here in Chautauqua Lake, don't we? And we did that to ourselves. Long before any of us were alive, the precursors to EDC spread carps wide and far across New York State. And those fish have since then been ripping our native plants out of the bottom. I spend a bunch of time underwater. I am constantly used to the antics of carp to do Alright, so I'm a little far wide from what I was supposed to be talking about, which is our sampling. But I just wanted to give you my thoughts on the whole issue of aquatic macrophyte management. What I have been doing the last couple of years, since Bob Johnson has retired, is I've returned to the task that I did with him many years, 15 years ago. Actually, I don't do it, my students do it. So Bob and I came up with this standard for aquatic macrophyte sampling that was adopted by New York State in 2006. And it's supposed to be the standard across the state for aquatic macrophyte sampling. I teach graduate students at SUNY Oneonta every year a class on how to use Pertram, that method that I'm going to be describing here in a moment, and then to solidify the academic lesson, I tried to find an opportunity or two for them to do that. And we're a better place than right here at Chautauqua because we have built this incredible data set now, 25 years long. Been sampling with the same method in the same places in the lake here. And we can match that back to all the different management techniques that have been arrived at by compromise and fatigue and maybe good recommendations. Okay? So, yeah, we're continuing to build on that data set that's been here. And we want to do that because we know that our aquatic macrophytes or aquatic plants change in any particular water body from year to year. In this time of climate change, we know that one summer doesn't look exactly like the other, doesn't even look close to the other. Yeah. Okay. We want to understand what's going on with our native plants as well as these invasive plants, because we should be appreciating the fact that good native plant growth is good for the fishery, is good for water quality in terms of keeping the water nice and clear, keeping the nutrients away from HABs, the growth of aquatic plants in shallow waters actually protects the shorelines from being eroded into the lake. And yes, our aquatic plant monitoring has been keeping track of invasive species. Yes, that's that. Making this guy earn his money. It's the first time all morning he's had to move there. Okay, so what we're talking about now is the point-intercept rate-cost relative abundance method, Pertram. And I don't have the technology that the Jefferson project has. Of course, my graduate students cost a heck of a lot less than the Jefferson project does too. Yeah, so this table that I'm showing you right here with the biomass Pertram diver, that goes back to when we pitched this to DEC and told them that this should be the way we sample plants, because at the time, all the other methods were being frustrated by the presence of quagga mussels and zebra mussels, and our previous gold standard didn't work anymore because the zebra mussels and quagga mussels made weighing plants weather better dry in possible situations. Recently, I've come to understand fully that this method that Bob and I got picked on us, authored, doesn't work with a dam for hydrilla. Hydrilla is a very fragile plant, and if throw a rake at it, it shatters. When you bring it back in, most of those little shattered fragments aren't on the rake, they're back in the lake. And so when, and I say when, because after all, this is Chautauqua, you guys will someday be dealing with hydrilla here. When hydrilla comes to the lake, you're gonna have to figure out a way to replace the sampling that you've been doing, or at least supplement it, because the brake toss just doesn't work for hydrilla, okay? Now, I almost went by that. When you see my team out there on that rented pontoon boat driving around tossing rakes, if you have any questions, come on out and climb aboard. We'd be happy to have you. One of the things that we really enjoy about this method is that with what I'm telling you today, you will understand exactly what's going on. No hidden algorithms, no big fancy data analysis. Listen to what I'm saying in the next 5 minutes and you'll understand what's going on, and therefore you will be able to check the work of my students and let me know whether they're doing what they should be. Okay? All right. So, we toss a rake out. It's supposed to be 40 feet. Some of our grad students, they can't toss the rake that far. I'm having more trouble tossing the rake that far now. So we've been dropping the rake and we drag it backwards with the pontoon boat. And then we take a look at what's on the rake. Is there nothing on the rake? Any rake? Is there a trace on the rake, something I can hold between my two fingers? Is there a sparse handful on the rake? Is there a medium amount on the rake? Is there a dense amount on the rake? I can't lift it up. It's that long. That's the very first thing that we put together. Those are categories with ranges. Oh yeah. My fascination with freshwater curly mussels, and you guys have got a bunch of them, including right here off the top. So, trace again, sparse, medium, dense. That's the very first thing we look at. Put it into those big, broad categories. After we do that, we take the samples and we split them up by species. The split up doesn't have to be exact or exhaustive. It just needs to be done well enough so that we can put a percentage number on each species in the sample. That makes sense? Sometimes I just pick up the rake and I look at it and I look through it a little bit and then we put it down. Other times we've got 6, 7, 8 species. We have to separate it out, make little piles of each one. And with that, we can then put a good solid number on the percent, the relative abundance of each plant at each location in the lake. Repeating again, 0, trace, sparse, medium, sometimes I say moderate, can't make it my mind, and dense. Okay? We do have numbers associated with the old biomass work that we used to do before water mussels and zebra mussels. I'm shutting up again because you already said all that. This is your test, self-test. Got it? All right, so what we can do with this is we can take a look at changes. We have applications just been approved to treat curly pondweed. Are they being effective? Well, you can go in and you can take a look at 1 year, and then you can take a look at the other, or you can take a look at the spring and the fall. But you know, looking at the spring and fall, that's kind of hazardous, isn't it? I mean, after all, we know that those damn dandelions bloom in May, not in September or October. Oh, yeah, a few of them bloom in May. You know, dandelions species that are beginning season, some species that are end of season. So we need to sample seasonally for different plants. But we can check those. We can check those repeatedly in the exact same spot. And as I said, we've got this enormous data set now going back 25 years. You can go ahead and take a look at what's happened in that spot over and over and over again. Or you can take a look at the difference between native species and non-native species. By the way, we have a few non-native species here nobody ever talks about because they're just not a problem. Oh, let me show you a little of the data from 2022, then a little bit from 2023, and then I'll go up to here. Let's get on to there. So here we're looking at natives, and note can't do it from here either. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. So the darker red, orange colors are the heavier sites, and the lighter colors are the lighter sites. And you can see that in the North Basin, we have pretty decent amount of native plants. Once again, if you want to kill plants, that particular slide means nothing to you. But if you are looking to just kill non-natives, then you ought to be wondering what's going on up there in the North Basin and what the difference is between treatments in the North Basin and the South Basin. Are they the same basins? No, of course not. We all know that. That's been said over and over again this morning. So here we're looking at native versus non-native, and we see that the non-natives are dominating in the South Basin. Now, that could be caused to go ahead and take some management, or it could be caused by management. You all need to consider that. Eurasian water milfoil. Again, the orange and the reds are the denser populations. This graphic is portraying the data from a handful of years and trying to predict where we were headed with simply occurrences. How likely it is when we toss that rate that we'll have any milfoil on it, whether it's a trace or whether it's a dense sample, just occurrences. And we see that in the North Basin, the likelihood of occurrences is going down. In the South Basin, the likelihood of occurrences is coming up. All right, that was 2022. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you get to read again. I didn't say that thing about the model that I just shown you. That is specific to Chautauqua Lake, because if anybody here from some other work out there might be interested in it. And again, it's occurrences, it has nothing to do with the amount. Okay, 2023, last year. Wow, right at the bottom there, outnumbering all other macrophytes in the lake is Eurasian water milfoil. By occurrences. By occurrences. The interesting thing is that last year, you're going to see here in a moment, Eurasian water milfoil was found pretty In fact, the combination of management activities on Chautauqua Lake eliminated any dense populations any place where we sampled last year. None. South Basin, North Basin, no dense populations anywhere. There were, in the North Basin, a fair number of medium populations. If you are concerned about the fishery, if you are looking to keep the shoreline from eroding, if you are looking to minimize the available nutrients feeding the pads, a moderate, medium amount of plants anywhere in the lake is probably your target. Medium and sparse. Looking at 2023, comparing it to 2022, what we see is we've knocked the number of mediums down in the lake, in particular in the South Basin. And we have raised incredibly the number of zero sites. Just shouldn't be too many sites in a lake this size that has nothing green growing on the bottom at the depths at which we are sampling. That is unnatural. All right, let's see. By occurrence. Yeah. Trace amount, sparse amount, big amount. By occurrence, the Bridgewater milfoil was found most widely across the lake. Coontail, which had been our most widely, our most abundant species on the native side, was clobbered last year. We used a couple of different herbicides in the lake, both of which have impacts on coontail. Didn't kill it, didn't allow it to flourish or grow. If you're looking to keep the aquatic plants out of the lake, that was a good outcome. If you're looking to facilitate the growth of native plants and just keep the non-natives down, maybe that's something you want to look at. Big news from 2022 to 2023 is that overall our macrophyte biomass has been significantly reduced, over 0 cents. Very concerning to me. In the places that we have historically been sampling, we found some starry stonewort, not a whole bunch, but we found starry stonewort. Is starry stonewort going to be a problem in Chautauqua Lake? No, we already have permits to go ahead and treat it. So maybe we can't. I was going to say, you can wait and see if it's going to be a problem, or if we're just going to replace the other freshwater seaweeds. Or you can jump on it right away. It appears that at least in some locations, we're jumping on it right away. Is that a good investment? I don't know. As a scientist, I always like controls and experimental sites, right? Controls and experimental. I love it if somebody treated it in one place and didn't treat it in another, and you saw 2 years from now what's going on. But maybe you don't want to take the chance. Then repeating, what I said at least 4 times now. Native biomass suffered last year mightily, while non-native biomass actually increased. Everything that we do. guess all the questions will be held to the end. I look forward to your questions.
I'd be remiss if I didn't give everybody just an opportunity to go ahead and stand up and stretch a little bit while we introduced our next presenter. I know that as a student, the last thing I wanted to do was sit for long periods of time. Some of you have been in and out. I know some of you have not left your seats, which is showing us exactly your commitment and dedication to this principle. I'm not sure if he's still here, but one of the principles in where we are at this point with not only this symposium, but the history a little bit of our Chautauqua Lake Watershed Management Alliance is former County Executive Vince Horgan was in the back. I don't know if Vince is still out there or not. The reason I say that is this. Several years ago, when I was first a legislator, myself, Mark Tarbrake, Vince Horgan, and Fred Crosscut were on a tour of the lake with the summer wind. And we all got off, and for those of you who've been part of this concern for many, many years, the Chautauqua Lake Management Alliance was created, headed up by Bill Evans and Lyle Hoydu. When we got off, the four of us said, we need to engage in something. We need to keep this momentum moving. We can't just get off the lake and say, okay, well, wait and see what happens next year. So the four of us got together and met with Lyle and Bill and gave some recommendations. What has happened then is the formation of the Chautauqua Lake and Watershed Management Alliance. Now, after 5 years, we're looking at the evolution of that organization and how we engage moving forward. But as you've heard today, the Sheldon Foundation is critical in supporting these tributary monitoring stations. Uniquely enough, there are some families here that know, but that partnership, not only between the Jefferson Project and Chautauqua Lake, is critical, but it's also brought another economic development in a good friend by the name of Brooks Anderson, who owns a company called Timber Hut. And those are specifically designed structures. The helix structures, they said, to go into the ground very non-evasive, doesn't disturb the ground as much. But Brooks, being a native of Chautauqua County, living on Chautauqua Lake for the majority of his life, decided and tried to figure out a way he could contribute back to this project. So I thank Brooks a great deal. If you walk into, I will tell you, these are the only things that look like outhouses with 4 tubes going in that are putting nothing into the lake but taking things out, if you will, the sampling. And the data and the science inside those structures is just phenomenal. But again, through the commitment of our foundations, those are made possible. We'll move on right now. Who's waiting in the wings. But one thing I wanted to say as we move forward, along with the Jefferson Project and Dr. Reisig, many of you heard me, this has been a champion of mine since I became county executive, is much like Denzel Washington in Remember the Titans when he talked about his offense, just like Novocaine, give it a little time, it's going to work. Well, somebody would look at me and said, you're crazy, you're only focusing on one science. Jefferson Project doesn't want herbicides, they want to outlaw it. Well, but I said to people, just wait, because it's not just in lake. We're looking at the watershed because we haven't done a deep dive into watershed and our tributaries and what's going into the lake. We know that there's problems upstream, and we know that we need to focus on those problems. After many years, this year, we were able to introduce those tributary monitoring stations. But the end goal that we have had our eye on the prize is something that will be called the Global Freshwater Institute. So that GFI is looking to be stationed and built right here on Chautauqua Lake. This is a project we've been working for. This is our pie in the sky, if you will, that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. But unfortunately, this is a pot of gold we feel very confident we are able to obtain. Not to mention that, the second one proposed is Lake Tahoe. So as we focused on why do we need to fund the Jefferson Project, what's the significance of the Jefferson Project, and as Bonnie will tell you and the governor's heard many times, we have an opportunity to bring the best research right here to Chautauqua County. Scientists staying here, giving presentations year-round, and using Chautauqua Lake as the forefront of research for inland lakes. What a phenomenal piece. And guess where the next one's going? Oh, that small, tiny little piece of water out in the west called Lake Tahoe. I think when you're standing here and talking, the comparison of Chautauqua Lake and Lake Tahoe, completely apples and oranges. But the fact that they're even being considered is a testament to every one of you here and the research that's being done in Chautauqua Lake. So without further ado, I am going to introduce somebody that I have been introduced to as the foremost researcher, not taking away from any of our other presenters here today, but the foremost researcher of inland lake studies in the United States. Makes you wonder what's happening in Chautauqua Lake that would bring Dr. Richardson and his team up from North Carolina State. There's a lot of bodies of water in North Carolina I'm sure they can research. But year in and year out, he has come to Chautauqua Lake to conduct studies, conduct research, and give us the data and the feedback. So at this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Rob Richardson from North Carolina State University.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm not sure who gave PJ that introduction, but it's probably money well spent because that's certainly not a way I would introduce myself. I do appreciate it. I have been in this area for quite a few years, just so many of you know. My wife's family is actually from the Clymer, Findlay Lake area, so I've been up here for years, even before we started doing work with Chautauqua. So we have done a lot of aquatic macrophyte work, North Carolina, surrounding states. We've done some work, New Zealand, some other places. So we were asked a few years ago to submit a proposal to a RFP for survey in Chautauqua. So that's how we got involved in a formal capacity on Chautauqua Lake a few years ago. So some of my slides will be a little bit redundant with some information that you've already seen, but hopefully it won't be too bad. So I don't think I need to review Chautauqua with anybody that's here. You all know and obviously love this lake, or you wouldn't be here today. Obviously, again, Chautauqua is a multi-purpose body of water. It's used and want to be used for a lot of things. It's important for many different uses. Those uses need to be protected. So that, again, is why everybody's here and concerned about the lake. Like every lake, Chautauqua is unique. So if you go from one water body to another, a lot of things change. There is no one-size-fits-all approach to managing a lake because every individual lake is going to be different. So Chautauqua has its own unique environmental challenges. You have a unique suite of non-native invasive species, everything from common carp, which can be really bad in certain systems, to your plants. Asian clams also prevalent. Water quality, of course, is also an issue. We've heard about that today. Nutrient loading, another issue for Chautauqua. So everybody's pretty familiar with Eurasian water milfoil. It's been one of the predominant species here for many years. First documented in the U.S. in 1902, first documented in Chautauqua in 1972. Eurasian water milfoil is capable of aggressive growth. It can spread through fragmentation. Seed stolons can spread very rapidly. It's able to form dense vegetation mats. It can also outcompete native species. And New York State regulates it. It's listed as a prohibited plant in the state of New York. Another one of your major non-native plants that you have is curlleaf pondweed. This was first documented in the U.S. in 1859. First documented in Chautauqua in 1937. Unlike most of our other aquatic plants, this one has a unique growth cycle. So curlleaf pondweed actually will sprout in fall area. It will overwinter as small plants, and then it starts really aggressive growth kind of in late spring, early spring. And you can see the curve shoot up there sometime after March. And then this time of year, curlleaf pondweed is starting to senesce. So between now and July 4th, most of those curlleaf plants that are out there are going to senesce. It's forming turions, which is the primary reproductive strategy. Those are just compressed buds. You think about a bud on a plant, squeeze it down, that's what a turion is. That's the reproductive strategy for curlleaf pondweed, hydrilla, a few other important aquatic plants. So this time of year, it's putting all of its resources into forming turions, and it's going to senesce. So unlike most other plants, as curlleaf senesces, all that plant biomass that dies right now, that's going to release nutrients and that's going to be available to cycle into whatever else is starting to grow right now. So curlleaf has a unique growth cycle compared to many of our other plants. And again, because of that, as mentioned earlier, when you're doing surveys, if you're doing a fall or late summer survey, curlleaf pondweed is not going to show up very well. If you want to find maximum biomass of curlleaf in a survey, right now is really the time that you'd want to be out there doing your plant survey. So a quick submerged aquatic vegetation timeline for Chautauqua. 1937 was the first formal SAV survey that we know of by New York DEC. 1948, it was reported jungle thick weeds that ensnarl boats and make swimming impossible. 1952, plant harvesting began. 1955, some herbicide treatments began. 1993, there was a pause in herbicide treatments. 2002, some biocontrol introductions. 2016, herbicide treatments restarted. And then 2020 was the first year that North Carolina State University was on the lake, and we did about a 1,000-point vegetation survey in 2020. Now, you all are familiar with the differences in the North and the South Basin. Of course, these are very important for plant communities. Certainly also for the areas that plants can grow. You have a lot more shallow water in the South Basin, so there's a lot more area in the South Basin that can support vegetation just based on geology. So the littoral zone, that'd be the area that we believe that plants could grow in. South Basin, generally 10 feet or less, and the North Basin, extend that out to 12.5 feet just to include a little bit more area in the North Basin. So somewhere around 4,200 acres of littoral zone, just an estimate for the areas that plants could occupy in Chautauqua. Now we overlay that area with points for survey. So these are GPS established points. We would go out to these points every year that we do the survey. And again, in the South Basin, those points were established in areas with 10 feet or less. In the North Basin, it's 12.5 feet or less. And these points were designed on a 100 meter by 100 meter grid, so equal spacing so that we have that grid pattern and there's gaps in between. Can't survey every single inch that's out there, but we try to infer what happens in between the points. So for our fall surveys, we're trying to sample around 1,000 different points. We do 2 rake tosses at each point, similar to what you've already heard today. With each rake toss, that'll also be recorded as none, trace, sparse, moderate, dense. And that goes into a species-specific relative abundance estimate. The other thing that we've been doing for a number of years with our surveys, and we do this survey method in North Carolina a lot. We survey somewhere between 10 and 15 different water bodies in the Carolinas and Virginia every year, mainly for hydrilla. Hydrilla is a predominant species that we have. These methods work really well for hydrilla and most other aquatic species. We also include a hydroacoustic component. Hydroacoustic just means sonar. So we can take a sonar transponder, put it on the boat, record data, and then process that data and separate out plants from the bottom and from the water column. So with our survey data, we also include hydroacoustic survey. That essentially gives us a heat map. So sonar is really good at showing the volume or amount of plants that you have. Sonar cannot tell you what species you have, but it can tell you how much you have. So we use the rake toss to show what is there, what species are there, and we use the sonar data to show how much of plant material is there. And at the bottom right, you can see a sonar heat map at the bottom. So for 2020, you can see the points on the left. And as you go from a lighter color to red, you're going from essentially no plants to trace up to dense would be red. On the right is that vegetation put into a pie chart, all vegetation. So in 2020, we did 980 individual points that were sampled. 88% of those points contained vegetation. You can see 20% dense, 36% moderate, 28 or so sparse, and 17% trace. So just a quick summary, overview of all the plants that are out there. But again, when you look at the map of the North and South Basin, you can see changes, of course, as you go from spot to spot and how much plant material you had out there. Now, when we go to 2023, we see differences, and it's not unusual to see differences in plant community, plant growth from year to year. Certainly, the environment changes every year. How much snowfall did you all have this past winter? Or the winter before, 3 winters ago? So precipitation, snowfall, temperature, all those things can go into changing what the plant community looks like on a year-to-year basis. So 2023, less vegetation out there than 2020. We surveyed 946 total points. Still 87% of those points had vegetation, just a lot more of it was trace or sparse than moderate and dense. So most points still having vegetation, but less vegetation than we found in 2020. So if we look at the sonar data, this again is biovolume representation of how much plant volume you have out there. You can see that kind of expressed in a color change from 2020 to 2023. The brighter colors, the reds, are more and more dense vegetation. The deeper shades like blue, you're going down to where you've got very little vegetation present with the blues. So mean biovolume in 2020 was somewhere just under 40%. In 2023, it was about 21%. So looking at a couple of specific species, again, Eurasian water milfoil has been one of the primary species of concern. In 2023, we estimated about 1,140 acres had Eurasian water milfoil. And on this map, the bigger the dot, the more dense the Eurasian vegetation was. So the more red you see in a specific area, the more dense the Eurasian water milfoil was in those areas. 2023 curlleaf pondweed, again, this is from our August survey, so curlleaf is not going to show up very well in this compared to what it would look like in June. It would probably be safe to assume if you have curlleaf in August, you're going to have curlleaf there more abundantly in June of the following year, but you might not, with an August survey, you might miss curlleaf pondweed would be a safe assumption. So again, as we go from lighter to darker colors, black would be absent. And then we can see where we had turions recovered with the rake, so we are recording that as well, even though they had not sprouted. Those are present in some of these locations as well. Starry stonewort, fairly new species to the lake, so we estimated about 90 acres of starry stonewort in August of 2023. And again, the more red that you see in a specific area, the more dense the starry stonewort was in that specific area. So just a quick overview of species abundance, presence and abundance for the 4 years that we have done an August survey. The main thing that you see is that you have the same 4 dominant species every year. Those 4 dominant ones really don't change. You have Eurasian water milfoil, coontail, water stargrass, which is a heteranthera species, and wild celery, which is Vallisneria. As you go across those 4 years, sometimes the placement of an individual species in that rank of 4 changes. You can see Eurasian goes 62%, 62%, 51%, 45%. Coontail goes up from 21 to 22, 46% to 53%, and then back down to 35%. So you do see changes in some of the species on a year-to-year basis, but over these 4 years that we've been doing the survey, you have the same 4 dominant species out there. Now, if we put that into a bar graph and add a few other species, again, on a year-to-year basis, you can see some minor changes in one species going up, one species going down. You don't see too many big changes with your 4 dominant species. You see a little bit more fluctuation with some of the other species that are out there, like brittle naiad, starry stonewort. So some of those are changing a little bit more. Now, specifically looking at the changes by location with Eurasian water milfoil acreage over time, some of the areas have stayed very consistent on a year-to-year basis. We did see declines in the Ellery area and the Busti area. Those are the main ones that are changing the total height of the bar. 2020, 2021 are very similar, and then it drops off a bit to 22 and to 23. So just looking at the presence of Eurasian water milfoil over the 4 years, this slide does show all 4 years, 20, 21, 22, 23. So again, you can see some differences on a year-to-year basis. Some areas maybe have a little bit more, some areas may have a little bit less. But taking the same data over a multi-year time, then that allows us to map, in this one, persistent zones. So the darker the blue, the more likely that site had Eurasian water milfoil for all 4 years. The lighter the blue, then you get down to where it was just 1 year. So you have some areas certainly where the Eurasian is more persistent than others. Those really dark blues are the areas that are having Eurasian each year for the 4 years that we've done the survey. Now, another thing that we were asked to do with some of the data that we collected was pull out the data and look at a comparison in some of the herbicide treatment areas. So in 2021, we were asked to do this for the Eurasian water milfoil herbicide treatment areas. So there were just under 38 acres treated for Eurasian water milfoil in 2021. Those areas are shown on this slide. And then when we pull out the individual point data for those sites and summarize them by points or by the individual treated areas, which would be your A1, A2, going across from left to right, we can see that in each one of the treated areas, the left bar is 2020 Eurasian water milfoil abundance. The right bar, the lighter shaded bar, would be 2021. So you've got before treatment and then you've got after treatment. In each one of those sites, we had less Eurasian water milfoil in 2021 after treatment than the bar that showed before treatment. Then we were asked, of course, to do the same thing with native vegetation. So this is a comparison of native vegetation, and the bar on the far left, I didn't mention that for Eurasian, but the bar on the far right, are all the other sites summarized, condensed, and pooled. So when we go in the individual sites looking at native plants, in some of them you see a slight decrease in native plants, and some of them you see an increase in native plants. But when we look at the summary, which would be on the far right, summarizing all the points that were treated, there was no change in native vegetation from 2020 to 2021 in the points that were within the Eurasian water milfoil treatment areas. So the same slides that I showed earlier for water milfoil, this is curly-leaf pondweed points across those 4 August surveys. And again, August is a poor time if you want to show maximum curly-leaf pondweed abundance, but it does show what is there at that point in time. And again, we're also counting any turions that we collect because those could sprout and form plants moving through the winter. So you can just look at this and see changes over those 4 years that we surveyed, again, 2020, 21, 2, and 3, and you do see more dots on the map in 23 than we had in some of the previous years. We were asked to do one spring survey specifically for curly-leaf pondweed, so we did that in 21. We did not survey the whole lake, but just a section of the lake that you see where curly-leaf was considered most of interest. So this had about 431 point intercept individual points. 82% of those points contain vegetation, again, during that late April, early May timeframe. But as you would expect, that time of year, generally a lot less vegetation that time of year than what we have when we do our August survey. So that just shows relative abundance there, although you do still have some moderate and a few dense points. This just shows all the species, or most of the species that we found in that spring survey. As you would expect, again, you're not going to have the same plant community, not the same abundance of these species, but the two most abundant species were curly-leaf pondweed and Eurasian water milfoil, followed by coontail, some Elodea species, and then also naiad. And again, the reds on the map would be the most dense plant biomass per sonar survey. So just separating out native plants from curly-leaf pondweed with our early season survey in 21, as you would expect, you don't see a whole lot of native vegetation that time of year just based on plant biology. So you see a lot more curly-leaf pondweed as compared to native vegetation. There's still a lot of dense areas for curly pondweed in that late April timeframe. So we're always looking to improve on surveys. One thing that might be able to be done rather than doing a whole spring survey would be to use some unmanned aerial systems or drone surveys. So we have done some of that in North Carolina where we've complemented point intercept surveys with drone surveys. This works well for complementing with sonar because sonar doesn't work really well in shallow water. You get too much feedback on the transducer, it gets a lot of noise. But the shallow water areas do show up very well overhead. So you can't really penetrate into deep water overhead, but the shallow water areas, or where plants are topped out, like you see here is topped out curly pondweed. So it might be possible to use UAV or aerial surveys where you have questions about how much plant biomass might be out there at any point in time. So in conclusion, the macrophyte community at Chautauqua Lake is, of course, dominated by Eurasian water milfoil, typically in fall, and curly pondweed, typically in spring. Survey timing, of course, is critical, depending on the plant biology for what you find and what you document as being out there. We did, of course, observe water quality challenges when we were out there, planktonic algae, filamentous algae, benthic, colonial algae growth throughout the lake. Starry stonewort presence and distribution is increasing over time at Chautauqua Lake. The SAV community at Chautauqua remains well established with both native and invasive species. And of course, generally the North Basin has more plant dominated community, and the South Basin is more of an algae dominated community. So more plants relatively in the North Basin and more algae relative to plants in the South Basin. So thank you. Those are all my prepared slides.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. And again, we see that what we are sharing is science. We're sharing the data, not anecdotal, not what we would read from the Farmer's Almanac, but what we are seeing. One of the things we have seen this year and in years prior, at least last year, many of us who've been on the lake are very concerned because we did not have the long freeze of Chautauqua Lake as they've had in the past. If you chose to be part of the ice pick, I don't know if your pick would have been very relevant because the lake really doesn't freeze. It hadn't in the last 2 years as we've seen it in years past. So is the climate changing? There's something changing that we obviously are well aware of. Our winters have not been as severe, and certain anomalies as far as snowfall we're seeing later in the year. But what we are seeing is that our macrophyte phenomenon is occurring about a month earlier than it has been in previous history. Now, there were some to say, County Executive, you're wrong, why would you say that? But what we're seeing just anecdotally, the curly leaf pondweed that many of us would remember towards late June and the 4th of July weekend, that as County Executive, I would cringe when people come out here to see this lake and spend a beautiful, holiday weekend here, only to be trapped by the weeds. We're now seeing earlier, so that growth we're seeing now, it's starting to get brown and die off in early June as compared to early July. But we just don't know what to expect. We all were grabbing our boots last year saying, look out, the lake didn't freeze. We are going to be in for a horrible year when it comes to weeds. We did not see, there's some here sitting, yes, that was coming to my house, I'll show you how bad it was. We understand that, but when you look at the totality of the lake, the year before, I got some people questioning my value or what I was doing to protect the South Basin. And last year, I got some people saying, wow, whatever you're doing, keep it up. The lake is the best we've seen in 20 years. So that's great. But it's an effort of everything. And one of the questions that has come around, and we'll go on a little bit more, is the effectiveness of sewers around Chautauqua Lake and a public septic system around Chautauqua Lake. Pierre Chagnon is here, and Pierre was chairman of the South and Central Chautauqua Lake Sewer District when this project began. And the idea was then the cost was prohibitive to continue that loop of sewer around Chautauqua Lake. Now we are committed to that endeavor. The last piece of the puzzle, if you will, is a stretch I call the north side of the lake, some people would argue, but along, through the town of Chautauqua and into the town of Ellery is the last part that has not been on public sewer and public septic. So what we're looking to do is we've started with ARPA funding. We have invested in now a study, a feasibility study for future steps. I've shared with Raleigh Kidder, if you read the paper, is a constant champion of public septic around Chautauqua Lake. And with him and Pierre, I'm going to spray paint a plastic coupling. And just like the gold stake and Promontory Point, we are going to give that gold coupling to Raleigh Kidder and Pierre once this final stage of public sewer around Chautauqua Lake is completed. So this is our endeavor, this is our mission. I was informed that 165 million gallons of water is kept out of the aquifer by the public septic around Chautauqua Lake as we have it now. That's without the increase of this next spur, if you will, to complete this. What you have to remember, and as I talked to our director of the South and Center Chautauqua Lake Sewer District, he goes out and people are coming back saying, I got a problem here. We have sewage seeping up from the ground. When they go to find out that what their septic tank was nothing more than a 55-gallon drum that somebody put in the ground 70 or 100 years ago because it was a fishing cottage. And if they had indoor plumbing, it just went into that tank, and that tank would, at some point leach out into the lake. And we've gone along, properties along, Chautauqua Lake where 100 or some years ago, that sewage was going into Chautauqua Lake. So we've made tremendous steps, and we're going to keep doing that. The uniqueness about this, and I will not, be remiss in admitting my faults and when I'm incorrect, but Jill Singer did point out to me that the actual headwaters of the Mississippi is Lake Itasca in Minnesota, so we do not want to shortchange Lake Itasca. But the truth of the matter is, if you do go to Chautauqua Lake and you start in Mayville, it flows from the Chautauqua Lake to the Chautauqua River, the Conewango Creek, Allegheny River, Ohio River, and into the Mississippi. So in fact, you will end up in the Gulf of Mexico should you start at the northern basin. But again, I'm totally open. I appreciate Jill sharing this information with you, and I want that for clarification. Uniquely, this isn't something that I've just kind of picked up on as county executive. When I was first elected to the village board in Lakewood as a trustee, I went to a symposium and a lecture that was given at Chautauqua Golf Course, where they talked about Greenhurst and the methodology of invasive species and non-native. And they said a large area, now this goes back 15 years now, a dense area of non-invasive weeds is somewhere between, I think it was 7 and 12. We had over 15 non-native species of weeds in this lake, some from Ohio. I was told some even as far away as Texas. Now, how does that happen? And you'll see today the Chautauqua Lake Association has a stewardship program checking boats before they go into the water. But if those weeds are attached to inside of a boat or attached to its trailer and you put it in the water, they have the potential to regenerate and grow in Chautauqua Lake. So as much as we want a diversity of lake use with boats, et cetera, they do create their own problems, and that stewardship program is one that's vital as we go forward. The other piece, to share in everybody, and I'm not making light of the situation, but I think it was somewhere around the late 1990s, I was sitting at the fire station in Lakewood and opened up the back page of the Post-Journal. If you remember, they used to put this date in history. And this date in history stated, I think it was a Jamestown Evening Journal, that if we don't do anything with this lake in 25 years, it'll be a glorified swamp. And we need to make statements now. We need to change. 100 and some years ago, and we're still here. Not that we're not saying that things are changing. We understand that. But as most recently as 2023, in 1923, a reporter went off of Grass Island or Rock Island, I forget which one it was, right here in Chautauqua Lake. And they said the depth from this point is 3.5 feet. And again, if we do not change our ways, we will see a dramatic change. Well, somebody found about what those coordinates were in 2023, and guess what the result was? It was still 3.5 feet, and it was still the same depth. Now, I am not, don't take this the wrong way. This is something I am focused on, and when I went into Hadley Bay yesterday, I looked and I saw, actually 2 days ago, I saw an area that is a lot of weed, a lot of shoreline cleanup needs to take place there. But what's intriguing is there's a stone wall. My assumption was at some point, that's where the lake would go. It would bunch up and break along that wall. It's about 50 to 100 feet away in what looks like a swampy, marshy area with cattails and such growing. So the lake is changing, and we know that. But the science we're continuing right now, and as we've all said, it's the continued science, the continued monitoring that's going to bring us those successes. And each one of them brings its own success. If there's any one thing that we take away from this, there is no silver bullet. We have to work together. Compromise, unity. That's what's going to drive us. If we want to throw barbs back and forth, we can continue that. But it needs to be focused, and we need to move forward. And one last thing I think is just somewhat comical. When I heard rake toss method, I thought it was some elaborate. Very simple. You get a rake, you toss it in, you pull it back, and you measure. It's really as simplistic as that. But I guarantee you any fisherman will tell you they do their own method of rake toss. When you throw that lure out, you may have spent $7 to $12 or more if you're a musky fisherman, and that rake toss doesn't come back, it snaps off and is lost in the lake, and or it comes back, and what you think might be a pretty significant fish is nothing more than that dense population that Lieutenant Colonel Lord talked about. So we appreciate the amateur scientists that go on with their own methods of rake toss. Moving forward at this time, we saved this individual for last, and it's because it's really an exciting piece. Pierre Chagnon, chairman of the legislature, was part of this discussion and a champion that began 10 years ago. We have been declared an aquatic ecosystem restoration project lake by then Senator Schumer. And we have continually asked every year when we go to Washington for Lobby Day to get that funding. The reason we have to say that is because it's a mere $100,000 of funding to get the project started. Simple. I'm sure if I pulled people around here, there isn't any one lake organization, stakeholder, or private individuals that would put together money to generate that $100,000 to get this off the ground. The stipulation was it has to be federal money in what they call a New Start project. So we are there. We are at the precipice. It was announced this year that the funding was in the budget, and that the Army Corps will begin the process. We don't want to say study. We're not studying. It's an analysis. And significantly enough, the information, the best part, in constant contact with the Pittsburgh office, and Dr. Marion Divers is part of that group. The research that's being conducted by the Jefferson Project and many others here in Chautauqua Lake is leapfrogging our county's efforts to what needs to happen and getting a more strategic plan for that ecosystem restoration. So without further ado, I'm going to present Dr. Marion Divers from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Pittsburgh office.
No pressure. All right, if you can't hear me, just jump up in the back or something so I know when I need to re-aim towards the microphone. Thank you. I'm a terrible Pittsburgher because I don't know my sports analogies, and I'm reminded of this constantly, and so I think I'm playing cleanup batter? Okay. Okay. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing. So thank you all for being here today. It's been really great for me to be here. I'm a scientist at heart, but right now for this project and for a lot of projects with the Corps, I'm serving as a project manager, and I will be serving as the project manager for this aquatic ecosystem restoration feasibility study moving forward. So I'm delighted and just honored to be here and to listen to all the amazing work that's already been done. And I think that, PJ, thank you, you put it really well. This is, we are able to get this study together largely because of the work that has been done, the research and the effort and the water management efforts that have already been taken place in this watershed. So where do I aim this? Oh, there we go. Okay, so first I'm going to give you a quick overview of the Corps. Not much, just to provide you with some information of why the Army Corps of Engineers is doing this study. Then we're going to talk about Chautauqua Lake, again, not much, because you've all heard of the problems and the different studies that are happening here before I started talking. And then I did want to give you a quick overview of the project timeline and what kind of that looks like moving forward. And I have some notes here because I can't see those slides, so I'm trying to make sure I'm hitting everything as we move through this. So here's a quick image of the Corps worldwide, so USACE, there are a lot of acronyms in my world. Feel free to also jump up and down if I use an acronym and you have no idea what I've said. In the car on the way here, I think I was able to make a sentence where I only had prepositional phrases. The rest of the entire sentence was an acronym that stood for other things. We do that all the time in the Army Corps, so I apologize. USACE is the United States Army Corps of Engineers. So USACE has 9 divisions over 43 districts and approximately 35,000 employees worldwide. You can see that we reach over to most of the globe, and we have offices throughout the US as well, of course. If you look at that US map, they are approximately set up by watersheds, and I think that's an important thing to consider here. We are an organization that deals with water resources management, and often it's the easiest way to think about your water resources. So I am in the Great Lakes. If we're getting smaller, our little nested watershed analogy, I'm in the Great Lakes and Ohio River Division. We have 2 distinct watersheds. Some of those watersheds flow to the Great Lakes, and then the large portion of it flows to the Ohio River. It's approximately 335,000 square miles over 17 states with 4,000 employees. We zoom into the next level here. I'm in the Pittsburgh district, and you are all right now in the headwaters, and I emphasize headwaters, of the Ohio and Mississippi water basin. I like to call it, we're the best. So we do flow to the Gulf of Mexico up here, and it's important to think about the accumulated effects of that on our watershed as we expand out and eventually arrive in the Gulf of Mexico. Everything that we have here that goes into our water flows downstream and affects someone else. The Pittsburgh district, we're at the tippy top of it right now. We have 26,000 square miles over 5 states, and there are 700 employees in the Pittsburgh district. And again, we're mostly civilian. We're civilian engineers. We're led by Colonel Nicholas Moline, he's our commander, and then Brian Traska is the civilian counterpart to the colonel. He's our DDE, or Deputy District Engineer. Now, just in general, the Corps has a number, had to make sure that changed. The Corps has a lot of mission areas, and so I wanted to provide a quick overview of those. We have our military missions, so those include installation and support and environmental work or engineering for our missions overseas. There's our international and interagency missions, so these are federal, state, and local sort of guideline projects that are really focused on the whole of the USACE capabilities. We provide geospatial support for a lot of these organizations and missions. We also contribute to contingency operations, so when bad things happen, there's a whole government response to respond to those pieces. And we also support, of course, we're the Army Corps, we support the war mission. The portion of it that I am in is the Civil Works mission, so this is really associated with navigation, flood control, hydropower, all those things that you don't really think about, water resources infrastructure on a federal level here in the US. So we began, oh, those pictures aren't so good, I apologize. We began with really our navigation mission. So the General Surveys Act of 1824 authorized the Army Corps of Engineers to survey and plan transportation projects to benefit national defense and commerce. Historically, navigation on the rivers was kind of a seasonal thing and difficult. There were seasonal ice and water fluctuations. There was boulders, snags. The water would become very shallow and you wouldn't be able to navigate. And so they started doing things like pulling those snags. And you can see the image on the left is an old gigantic snag boat to pull snag trees out of the rivers to make them more navigable. On the right, or down in the lower right, you see a workboat on the Ohio River. The next step after you remove snags was to really build locks and dams to raise the water level into pools so that you could have water that would be navigable year-round. And that's an old picture of a wicket dam on the Ohio River. Wicket dams were lowered when the water was high enough, but then when they needed more water to navigate, they would literally raise the dam with a steamboat and thereby create your bathtub, your pool, so you could have enough water for boats to move up and down. The next portion of our mission that was assigned to the Corps was the flood risk management mission. So this largely stemmed out of the St. Patrick's Day floods of 1936, March 17th and 18th, actually. So in Pittsburgh, this is still something we talk about. I don't know if you all were affected up here. You can see the top picture is the point under relatively normal conditions at the time. You can see the warehouses down near the point of Pittsburgh. And then the bottom picture, a lot of those buildings are in the middle of a pool of water. So this Flood Control Act of June 22nd, 1936 authorized civil engineering projects such as floods, dams, levees, dikes, and water control reservoirs to reduce flood risk throughout the United States. Kind of moving along on our timeline, the next mission that we were really, that the Corps took on was the National Aquatic Ecosystem Restoration Mission, and this was assigned to us essentially in the National Environmental Policy Act of 1970. So it declared that environmental protection was a national federal goal. This required federal agencies to really consider the environmental impacts of every single project we do. So this early environmental program grew to include a lot of other environmental programs, such as permitting, examination of non-structural flood control measures. Like that, for example, is taking a house, if you're in a flood zone, and raising it up on stilts. Wastewater management and urban studies, and ecosystem restoration projects. So that brings us to today. So now I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about the Chautauqua Lake Aquatic Ecosystem Restoration Project. I don't think I really need to provide too much of this overview to you, but of course, the Chautauqua Lake study, we will be starting that this fall. It's part of our aquatic ecosystem restoration mission to restore degraded ecosystem structures, functions, and natural processes to a more natural condition. We were authorized, we have to get permission or an authorization to do this work. That does not necessarily mean that we have the money to do it right away. So in 2018, we were authorized to, under section 12016 of America's Water Infrastructure Act of 2018, it authorized the Secretary to conduct a feasibility study for ecosystem restoration and flood risk management for Chautauqua Lake, New York. And of course, we've heard previous to me today about the aquatic ecosystem threats that are happening here at Chautauqua Lake. We have excess sedimentation and all the things that that bring, including habitat structure degradation and availability of habitat. There's the growth of nuisance or invasive vegetation, excess nutrients such as nitrogen and phosphorus, provide too much nutrients, too much fertilizer, and create harmful algal blooms. We have anoxia, as those microorganisms degrade and use up the oxygen in the water column, and growth of these nuisance and invasive aquatic plants. And of course, we don't really know yet how things will continue. There's a lot of future questions and future problems that we don't have yet answers to, but climate change, of course, increases sedimentation and nutrient runoff with increasing precipitation, and it further promotes these HABs and anoxic conditions. The impacts of these are obvious and well discussed today. We have ecological impacts to the wetlands and critical migratory bird habitat and other species habitat regions. We have special status plants and animal species that are affected. There's the loss of biodiversity, we have fish kills, and loss of critical lake habitats. Socioeconomically, it also affects us. It may affect drinking water supplies, it affects the recreation dollars that are so important to the region, and it creates public health concerns, as we heard about from the aerosols earlier today. I think one of the really neat things here, though, is that we have this amazing foundation of work, effort, study, and concern to build on here. So I know the 2010 Chautauqua Lake Lake Watershed Management Plan reduced sediments and nutrients into the lake. There's a ton of ongoing research from the Jefferson Project. North Carolina State University is not on this list, and I apologize. Bowling Green State University, the State University of New York at Fredonia, SUNY Oneonta, and the SUNY College of Environmental Science. There's been a number of previous studies and ongoing efforts. The work that I have to do to dig through this background information is going to be quite time-consuming, but it's also the beauty of this project. I think the other thing that PJ Wendell stated earlier is that there's been significant financial resources that have been poured into this area, $16 million of infrastructure work. It just is a testament to the effort that all of you all have provided to make this a more ecologically sound region. And also thank you to Julie O'Neill for providing the introduction to this. So this is the engineering analysis that she mentioned we haven't had earlier. So here you are. This is the Chautauqua Lake study will really build. The Chautauqua Lake study will really build on this foundation and consider all the possible ways to address the problems, seek holistic solutions, leverage all of this existing work and knowledge, and engage public and stakeholders to help define the problems and opportunities and come up with some solutions. So I'd like to talk a little bit about what's next, both the general study timeline and the first couple of steps that we're going to take to get this study off the ground. The general timeline, this is what's called a GI, or general investigation. So for GI studies, we have we are authorized, and I want to state approximately, we are authorized for approximately 3 years of study. It's called a 3x3. 3 years, it's supposed to be approximately a maximum of $3 million for the study. There's a contribution from the federal government and a contribution from the non-federal sponsor. And there is approximately 3 inches binder that it goes into. They tell me this. I haven't actually seen one of these binders yet, but yes. So the first couple of months we spend in scoping. We have this feasibility cost share agreement that will be signed between the federal government and the non-federal sponsor, Chautauqua County. And this targeted execution date is September 30th. There's the alternative milestones meeting where we will have a really good idea of what the federal interest in this project is. Why is the federal government involved? We will define that carefully for that meeting, and we will have an initial way of alternatives where we will say, these are all the things we can do. We then go back to the drawing board and we work towards our TSP, which is our tentatively selected plan. The TSP is a better considered analysis of the alternatives, and we usually come out of the TSP milestone having said, this is the direction we're going to do these 5 things over this kind of timeline, and here's approximately what it will cost. And then we will go back to the drawing board again, and we will release the draft report where it describes to all of you the TSP, and I really hope that you all provide input to the TSP and say, this is a great idea, this is not what we want to see, this is where we want to do things a little differently. After that, it's the agency decision milestone. So this is where the Corps, the agency, endorses it and says, yeah, this is the best plan. We've looked at it, we've done the analysis, we've taken into consideration all the background information that we have, and we got input from stakeholders, and we are confident that we have a good path forward. There may be some details to iron out, but we will work towards that. So after the agency decision milestone, there's a little bit more time, and we will go to the district engineer's recommendation. So this is the important piece where the district engineer submits the final report and says, this is it, we're stamping it, we know what we want to do to fix or help the aquatic ecosystem in this area, and then it goes up from there to the chief's report, and the chief of engineers makes a recommendation to Congress. So the first 90 days are where we do the scoping. This is a really interesting part of it for me because we're going to be working some with our stakeholders. We want to hear people's inputs. We will have a charrette and a meeting to hear input on what the solutions are and what we think we can be doing. We are working with Chautauqua County to kick this off. So within that first 90 days, we'll really zero in on the scope and schedule and budget. Project scoping is important. We want to identify the stakeholders, really contain the problem and define the problem, identify our opportunities and constraints, and conduct some planning charrettes, as I've mentioned, to really get there. We want to identify the key uncertainties and constraints for this project when we move forward and start the analysis in the feasibility stage. I've spoken, a little about engagement. We want to be engaged as much as we can. This is an iterative process, starting up here at the top with scoping and going into plan formulation. At each of these stages, we are gathering evidence and we are also managing the risk that is involved with a study like this. And so we start with scoping, then we move into plan formulation, and then we evaluate and compare the different kinds of plans, the different options we have, and then we go into implementation where we select the plan. And in each of these steps, we want evidence gathering and risk, and you'll see the center little green bubble, or maybe you can't, it's a little hard to see in the back, apologies. That says sponsors, stakeholders, and vertical team involvement. So we want the sponsors, the stakeholders, all of you, and the vertical team, which is myself, and that sort of nested Army Corps hierarchy that I showed you earlier. So we will be working with the MSC, which is our division level folks, and then we'll be working with headquarters as well, bringing in all the expertise from all of those levels to really help identify the best plan moving forward. So here's where I landed earlier, I apologize, we'll go back to this one. Participation in this early scoping is really critical, and we hope to get as many people involved as we can. We need to define the problem, how are you impacted? We need to define the opportunities, how can things be better? The constraints, what do we need to consider as we develop these potential mitigation measures? And objectives, what should we be trying to achieve? Is it achievable? And if so, how do we get there? Data availability and needs, I don't imagine that's going to be much of a problem here. You guys have so much, you're data rich, and that's really a blessing for this situation. And what preferences do we have for certain actions? Yeah, we can go in and douse the whole lake with a chemical or dredge the entire thing, but is that the best choice in this situation? So that's the study overview. We're going to be moving forward, as I've noted. You know, I was really here today to learn and develop partnerships and hear about what has happened and understand the background information that's out there. I was also here to take pictures. I had to steal the photographs, steal with attribution from other folks on the web. So thank you all for contributing. But I, again, want to emphasize that the foundation that you all have built for your research and your community engagement has really provided the base for this effort, and we look forward to working with you over the next 3 years. Thank you.
Well, that sums it up. Don't go too far. So, as you heard from Dr. Divers, this is something that we've been excited about, and I can tell you, I know earlier, Dave McCoy is in the back, Pierre Chagnon is here as well, and Mark Geis, our Deputy County Executive of Economic Development. We were in the Army Corps' office headquarters in Washington, and for years and years, we kept saying, when's it going to happen? When's it going to happen? So as we sat down this year, they said, here we are, guys. This is it. And Pierre, correct me if I'm wrong, and Dave was there, but as soon as they said 90 days, we start looking at our watches. Okay, that means we had the date as soon as we get out. It's, well, it just came through with the budget. It has to be appropriated. Give us about 30 days. Well, let me tell you, we haven't been sitting back waiting to find out what's going to happen. So we are, and again, we've already had one of our initial meetings with the Army Corps, and Dr. Divers was part of that. The unique piece of this that I think really adds to the dynamic of this project is, Dr. Divers came up here and is staying with friends. This isn't, she knows people here. She's invested here. Likewise with Julie having property on Lake Erie, but still here in Chautauqua County. Thanks to your efforts, I will say this. We are the most well-known lake when it comes to the DEC and the wetland strategy. There have been more emails and information sent, and that's not a bad thing. I can tell you, Chautauqua County is known by our governor not because she visits here and this is part of her group, but because of the passion and dedication for each one of you, for that body of water out there. Regardless of your position, regardless of how dedicated you are and committed to your side is right and the other one isn't, we still have to find that common ground. That's imperative. That won't change. I've said from the beginning in my office, the unity of effort is what I believe in. It's what I'm going to hold true, especially here with Chautauqua Lake. Quite honestly, I was sitting with somebody on a flight back from vacation in Florida, and he said, County Executive, you're nuts. You really think you're going to pull this off? We did. We did. We brought people here, over 162 of you here this afternoon, because this is your concern, this is your passion. And I'm sure there's many more watching online. But we're really excited about the future of Chautauqua Lake. But we can't do it alone. It takes everybody here. So with that said, we're going to take a 5-minute break. It is now 12:43. We're actually well ahead of schedule, but out of respect to it's actually starting to get a little sunny, so let's get you out. But we're going to take a 5-minute break. Please use the restrooms or out and to your right. We'll come back in, and that gives us time to set up for our question and answer, and we'll get you everybody on your way. So we'll see you back in 5 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if we could have you take your seats, we're going to go ahead and get started with our Q&A portion. In a matter of time and respect, we are going to go down the list back and forth with questions. Not every question may be answered or asked. We've had the crew in the back, in full transparency, what they did is they looked at questions, how many were redundant, how many had the same question, method, or theme, and compiled that. In fact, one was a pretty unique, elaborate question, and we will address these, and we'll just kind of go on down the line back and forth with our panelists as we go forward. So, having said that, I guess I'll start off as moderator, but also as focusing on the questions for the county. One of the questions is, what is the action plan from the wide data collection of the Jefferson Project? So, to put this into perspective, the completion of the Jefferson Project is, as Dr. Reisick will tell you, or Harry Kolar, who's also watching, is to complete a smart lake model. I think of the word. So what that does is, after this data, they're going to compose that just like they did in Lake George, and now start to look at ways that we can predict, possibly prevent harmful organisms. I don't know if that's possible for the scientists around here, but those are the things we're looking at. So we're taking all of that data, we're compiling it, and they will create a smart lake model. Also, as you heard from Dr. Divers, this study, these studies that have been taking place, will also be part of that question in that data set for the Army Corps. You know, uniquely enough, we heard about this from the very beginning. I don't believe it was Julie when they talked from the DEC, but they reached out to the Jefferson Project and said, we need your data. And I don't say jokingly, said, you can't have it. And there was a little rebuttal back and forth, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the only reason was IBM computers are having a hard time keep up. We don't know if the state has the capacity. Millions, if not billions, of ones and zeros of data have been collected in this lake alone, not to mention in Lake George. So it's not like you can put this on a thumb drive and send it over, or you can put it on a zip drive and send it over to the DEC. Massive, massive, massive amounts of data have come in. And that is always being reviewed. So not making light of what's happening, but there is just a tremendous amount of data that is taking place in this lake, and it's being compiled and part and parcel being put together for that smart lake model. Not to mention, another piece of data that's come in is, for the last 5 years, the Chautauqua Lake and Watershed Management Alliance has been composing data as well. So we have 5 years of data we are able to put with this. And one of the things I'll share with our presenters today, what I want to leave with them is a task. Taking the data, taking the science that you see from all of our presenters today, chewing on this, and by the end of the year, come up with 5 strategies. We're not holding you to this. This isn't going to be documented that so-and-so said this, and we're going to hold them to that strategy. But what I'd like the presenters to do is come up with 5 strategies. And in the history, we throw away the Russian judge and the American judge, and we should have 3 or 4 common ground themes for management. And that's what we're looking at. And now, how do we start to manage Chautauqua Lake? And this kind of segues into the next question that several people have asked. Why doesn't the county hire a lake manager to oversee and coordinate the efforts of all resources currently going on in the lake? Slight problem. The county doesn't control those stakeholders. It has to be a willingness. We've had a working relationship with the CLP, with the CLA, with the watershed, but a county manager, lake manager can't come in and say, CLA, this is what we want. They have a board, they have directors, and it's their purview. They have their own bylaws, creating a work plan. Work plans have to be approved, et cetera. Is this something we're considering? Yes, most certainly it is. But again, keeping minds into the taxpayer's pocketbook, that's what they call local share, because it isn't a grant-funded position. There isn't funding that would come. So again, as we look at the county budget, please understand that I'm not taking away or I'm not looking the other way with this, but we have to understand in the county budget that yes, that body of water generates about $500 million a year in economic revenue. This is our generator, and as the senator said, without the lakes, we'd be Indiana. Without a major lake like Chautauqua, Cassadaga, or Findlay, no offense, we wouldn't be any different than Cattaraugus or Allegheny County that doesn't have large bodies of water that generates this much tourism. Although there is Lime Lake, I don't want to be remiss in Cattaraugus County. But again, we're looking at this, we're not throwing it out, but it is a complex question because the county doesn't control all this. Now, some might say, well, the county should just take over the operations. We'll get it done better. That's at the taxpayer's dime. So we have to focus on, does somebody from Cherry Creek or does somebody from the town of Carroll, town of Poland, Ellington, do they want to say, I'm going to increase my taxes, or part of my tax dollars is going to go for another county agency? As we hear legislators say, you're just increasing the size of the county. But we need to focus in what is the most cost-effective method. So the lake manager is something we're focused on. We are looking at that in the future. The Chautauqua Lake Partnership has developed a 5-year plan for the lake along with North Carolina State University. Has any consideration by the county and state officials been giving into adopting this as a long-range plan? Certainly. Again, something we have to look at, and realistically, you know, truth be told, they're great friends, but the CLP is a relatively new organization. I've been around for a while, understandably, but you know, the CLA's been around for nearly 75 years. So you have new players, you have old players, and everyone has a seat at the table. We don't look the other way and say, you've been here longer, we're listening to you more than we're listening to you. That's not it. And that's a great, that 5-year plan and strategy has to be something we need to look at. But again, not making excuses, but a couple's into the county can adopt it, but what does the county do to implement that? The county can make recommendations to our stakeholders that do provide these services, but the county doesn't have the direct oversight. But again, something that we'll bring up, and there's several legislators here this afternoon and this morning that will take that into consideration as we move forward. We'd like to remind everybody that the presentations will be available on the county's website after this event, so if you want to watch it again, I want to say hi. There's some people from across the country that are watching this. I don't know if we have any foreign countries, but I know on occasion we've had some presentations that have gone worldwide, if you will. Moving back, this is important. How are the floating weed masses and nearshore cleanup being expanded? You know, one of the things we have told you is the purchase of those MOBA tracks. And really, I urge everybody to go out and take a look at that machine over there. It's unique, simple. I got behind the controls. I learned pretty fast that when you want to bring it to a stop, you have to let go of those handles. As Don, who's probably sitting over there chuckling, I thought I can ease into it, but as you ease into it, it rocks. So it looked like I was on a mechanical bull back and forth because I was jerking those joysticks back and forth. One of the best operators, I'm told, was a 14-year-old girl for the town of Chautauqua. So we are focusing on that nearshore cleanup with our MOBA tracks. We have 5 right now, and the 6th one you'll see out here just to the left as you go outside near the lake. Really, take a look at it. It's a pretty impressive piece of equipment, very simple. But the only drawback we're seeing to that is there are some ecological concerns that as you get close to the shoreline, stirring up the water and the sediment. And unfortunately, it's a great tool, but you know, there have been concerns with that as we go forward. So those are really the questions from the lake, and at this time, we're just going to go on down the group and ask different questions. So the largest group, obviously, anybody want to guess who that one is? As Julie and Chad are shaking their heads. But yes, the first one, to the DEC, are current herbicide harvesting practices approvable under the wetland definition, especially in the South Basin?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to elaborate on that, or? It's a pretty simple question.
See what that stack of cards you have? I don't know if I should.
Okay.
Yes, they are approvable. Again, there's going to be a little bit more oversight, right? There's a permit application that's going to have to be submitted to us. But yes, it is approvable. Again, addressing invasive species is a goal of New York State. It's stated on our website. It is a goal. Now, there has to be a certain amount of vegetation to, again, support the biodiversity in the fishery that's in Chautauqua Lake. So, like you are now, will you be allowed to apply herbicide wherever and whenever you want? No, because we have to protect that ecosystem and that fishery. But I honestly don't foresee a large change in the use of herbicides or oversight as what we currently have. So.
Thank you. We'll go with another one for DEC for 200. If a parcel extends several thousand feet back from the lake shore and you want to build a new structure, how far back does the new permitting requirement apply?
So, assuming you do not have any upland wetlands on your property and you're only talking about the submerged aquatic vegetation that would go up to your shoreline, it would be 100 feet. That's the adjacent area, that's the area that's protected. So from the boundary of the actual wetland itself, it's 100 feet inland. So you could build, beyond that 100 foot, you would be subject to whatever, local zoning or whatever you have, but in terms of wetlands, it wouldn't impact you. You would not have to submit it.
So that only if you have a wetland in front of at your shoreline.
That-
If it's not a wetland, you're not obligated for the 100.
Absolutely. It's only at the boundary of a mapped wetland, not mapped wetland, but a wetland that's delineated, a delineated wetland.
When will we know if it's delineated or not, if they've eliminated the maps?
So here's one of the problems that, again, that's a very good question, right? Because you have aquatic vegetation that could potentially move. The people who know aquatic vegetation a lot better than I have indicated that from year to year, depending on ice cover, depending on snow, depending on the climate, those vegetation masses can move. So this is one thing that we're struggling with, is how are we going to map those year to year? Are the wetlands actually going to move year to year? Upland wetlands, they don't move that quickly. They can move, but it's over decades or longer that they could tend to dry up and move or expand. In a lake system, that's a little bit more difficult. That's a good question, and I don't have a specific answer for you, but we have people who are looking into that.
I would just add that this is the way that the Army Corps has been delineating wetlands for a very, very long time. So they have had a series of criteria that are looked at, and then on a case-by-case basis, when you go to do a project, then somebody comes to look at your property specifically, and that's the transition. Will actually be more similar to how the system has been for the Army Corps of Engineers for many, many, many years.
What happens if you have an existing structure within that 100 feet limit and you want to do something, either adding, fixing, or whatever? Are you going to be required to have a permit?
So if it's an existing structure and you're just repairing it, if you're, that you would come into, it may be totally exempt. It might be fine. You might not have to come in for a permit at all. It'll depend on the scope of your project. If you want to double the size of that existing structure, there's a threshold by which then you're creating new impacts. But if you're just replacing your dock in kind, as it's been, no change in footprint, same footers, whatever, it's largely, it may fall under the exemption.
And is there a cost? Do you know what the cost is of these permits at this point?
$300, I believe, is the cost.
I'm sorry, I know that you're just not, I just imagine all the homeowners around Chautauqua Lake trying to get permits, and we're only one lake in New York State, and it's gonna take 12 months to get someone to come out and even look at your permit, and then the wetland's gonna, it just sounds like a nightmare.
So I would say, I think, Chad and I take process really seriously and, in terms of the ability. So some of those delineations will take place out of Albany, and they're still working on how we can do that as efficiently as possible. But we do, at the local level, we have added new staff to the wetlands team to prepare for this change in law. We have been working on making sure that we're monitoring their timelines closely to make sure that they're getting back to people in a timely way. To the extent that we can manage our regional staff to make this as user-friendly as possible, we are doing everything we can at the local level. I would also add that the general permit provision that we've talked about for Chautauqua Lake could actually make that group of activities as efficient as possible. Again, so that we're if the design is relatively light, and there's not major changes, the general permit should really, again, try to help make that as fast and efficient as possible.
The next one, this still goes out to Dr. Reisig, and Dr. Kohler is online with us as well. But the question is, with consideration to the lack of ice over the winter, is there interest to expand data collection beyond the summer months or look into the role the lack of ice over is having?
Yes, that's a great question. It's also helpful, that was actually part of what my research that I did during my PhD work was what's going on in the winter and how is it affecting the open water season. So there is some concern that lack of ice cover could impact algae. We haven't done too many measurements yet. So one of my colleagues at SUNY Fredonia had some sensors out during the winter this year to look at oxygen. So there are several different things that could happen. One thing is that oxygen tends to drop during ice cover, and so when we don't have ice cover, we actually tend to have more oxygen in the lake, which keeps the phosphorus release down, which is kind of the opposite of what you might expect. However, at the same time, when you have no ice cover and a lot of light going into the lake, you are encouraging algae growth in the winter a little bit, and you're letting it ramp up a little bit earlier in the spring. And so, yeah, that's something we're thinking quite a bit about, especially in terms of our nutrient budget. How is winter affecting phosphorus loading? So that's something that's kind of on our minds. I'm also collaborating with people at Fredonia and several other schools to see how winter conditions are affecting different water quality parameters. So that's a bigger project. We just started collections this year. That is an NSF sponsored research. The people leading that project are in North Dakota, I think, and another SUNY school. I forget what it is right now. But yes, we're thinking about winter stuff a lot right now, but we don't have very much data yet. So good question. Thank you.
Dr. Rice, if you could pass the microphone to the right and have Dr. Cole or Lieutenant Colonel Lord state his question and the answer. Oh, can you read that question and then give the answer?
Yeah, so I have a question here that says that my slide showed that disturbances of native plants cause the invasive plants to take over. And the question is, doesn't that apply to harvesting as well? Speaking specifically about Eurasian water milfoil, Eurasian water milfoil dominates over the native plants when it's allowed to canopy. In those 60% of lakes in New York State where Eurasian water milfoil is never noticed, not paid attention to, we have insects that are chewing on those plants and causing the milfoil to branch widely. And so the other plants, the eelgrass, the vallisneria, the coontail, they grow up and they are more than effectively competing with the milfoil. They're not destroying it, they're effectively competing with it. You have pretty much the same thing going on the north end of the lake from the harvesting. You have a bunch of insects up there from what I've read. I haven't done any insect work in here myself in well over 15 years now. But you have a bunch of insects up in the north end of the lake, but more importantly, your harvester is coming in there and doing the same thing. It's lopping off the top of the Eurasian water milfoil, just as you would trim a hedge to cause that hedge to fill out, to branch, to look better shaped. That's exactly what happens with the milfoil. It can't produce seeds. It can't go to the surface, lay down, and shade out the other plants. It has to compete with them, one-on-one. And that's how you have that wide dispersal of milfoil on the northern end of the lake where you hardly ever notice it.
Thank you. This question is for Dr. Richardson. For algicide sites, will there be any control sites? There's a couple of sub-questions here as well. Should be on.
Okay. Yeah, so my recommendation was that when they added site or herbicide sites for starry stonewort, was that if they were going to permit starry stonewort treatments, that there be control sites and that there be monitoring between control sites and treated sites.
In reference to starry stonewort, the density differences you've noted, are there differences in the substrate or the texture, i.e. sand or gravel or mud that you're finding in the lake?
Well, that's a good question. We have not done an analysis of the substrate and the sites that we monitor.
Okay. So also with that, in regards, I believe, to algicide, is there a consideration for current and wave conditions across the sites as well?
So certainly, site conditions will be considered. The concept, as I understand it, and I'm not involved with every step of the process, will be sites selected that are believed to be acceptable for herbicide use or algicide use, and certainly local conditions at time of application will be considered. So I certainly wouldn't recommend making an algicide application unless the conditions at the time were conducive to making that application.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll bring it on back to the DEC. If you could pass the mic down, everybody, please bear with us. In regards to nutrient management, are there any solid, real plans to dredge the lake?
So dredging is a very complicated intervention. And at this point in time, we haven't begun to scratch the surface of the many questions that have to be answered to determine if dredging, if so, where dredging, what kind of safety control measures would have to be done, how deep, how wide, for what issues, is there contamination in those things that otherwise has to be addressed, where does the soil go after you get done? Chad and I have both been, we're very actively involved in some pretty intensive dredging projects up in the Buffalo Core District. And we know that that can sometimes be a very important next step in addressing legacy issues within a water body. I think what's really valuable for the course analysis is there are so many issues they have to be considered, including, we talked about, if a carp is ripping out a plant. Well, if you're going in to do dredging, what are the protective measures you have to put in so that we're not causing another set of problems? So that's really, I think, an important set of engineering considerations and analysis that really hasn't been done at the level of detail that would be helpful to understand what the pros and cons are. And of course, it's not one answer for the whole lake, right? You wouldn't come through and it wouldn't be possible under a permitting scenario. It wouldn't be financially feasible, nor would it be desirable to have a blanket analysis. So this is one of the areas for which we have a tremendous number of questions. And whether or not it's a 3-year analysis with the Corps, whether or not there are interim measures we can do in the meantime. But that's really where DEC is particularly interested in understanding kind of what the nutrient profile looks like and what are the options that are available to the state, the federal government, the local communities, the stakeholders, because those projects are intense. But sometimes they're very, very important to address legacy issues before we can move on and really, kind of balance out a system. So not yet, short answer, but it's high on our priority list to really start peeling back all of those. And we're gonna have a lot of questions because it's not just the nutrients, it's also sediment loading and how that's affecting a whole bunch of other things in the lake, including currents and in deposition areas, recreational use of the lake, et cetera.
Thank you. If we could pass that down to Dr. Divers. This one goes to the Army Corps of Engineering. Segues a little bit from the previous question. Is dredging a realistic possibility for Chautauqua Lake with the Army Corps of Engineering work? What are the regulations and the opposition to be expected?
I don't know. I think that Julie provided some really good overview of some of the issues involved. To be considered is the scale, where, when, and what else would be affected, legacy sediments, legacy contamination. There's a lot to consider, but it is certainly something that we will consider.
Thank you.
And then, what was the last part?
Just again, what would the regulations be, and then dealing with the opposition as to be expected.
Yes, opposition, I'm not sure yet. Regulations, I know that we do have some concern with what will happen to that. I think Julie also touched on that. What do you do with the sediment afterwards? If it's contaminated, what are the contaminants, and what piece of that, like how can you deal with it in an ecologically sound manner? Are you going to resuspend something in the lake that you don't want? What was the PCBs, I think, was resuspended in the Hudson River when you dredge that piece, and so it caused a worse problem than it was actually helping. So there's a lot of concerns. We are going to look at it, I think.
Thank you. I can tell you this from a personal standpoint. This is one thing that I am looking into. We've had harvesting, we've had herbicides for many years and harvesting. We had only harvesting for many years. We're back to using herbicides. But the one thing that has eluded us is the dredging. But as is said, there's a lot of complexities to that. Somebody made a comment to me that, and I would refer to it as the big dig. We have several bays around Chautauqua Lake. So we systematically every other year choose another bay. Again, strategically, dredging. It's not going in and taking a big old scooper and taking out 3 feet of the muck at the bottom. And then how does that vary from the South Basin, which we know is shallower than the North Basin? The stories of, when they found out that there was lack of flow in Chautauqua Lake because of sedimentation in the basin and actually in the outlet, they dredged the outlet, and I don't know if anyone was here back when they were, but somebody can give me historical information. But they brought that dredging and dropped it back into Burtis Bay, therefore the ongoing problems of Burtis Bay. Kept it in the lake, didn't have to worry about it, but you just moved the problem from one spot to another. And as we know, if you look at a map of Chautauqua Lake, the last collection point is Burtis Bay. So as this all flows down, unfortunately there's that little pool, and I refer to this if people come into my office, my family got me a beautiful relief of the lake, but it's ironic that if you look at the shape of the lake, obviously it doesn't flow like we would see it on a wall, but as it flows out, there's that dip at the bottom, and that's Burtis Bay. So how do we move? And there was an individual, we'll get to the question in a little bit, but it makes a lot of sense. And there have been some methods that have been utilized right here on the property or in the lake in front of the Harbor Hotel, where they do have, I'm not sure if it's an aerator or some pumps that actually move to keep the water flowing. I believe it was 2 years ago, a massive weed infestation of not weeds growing, but weeds that have been hit by boats, maybe residual from harvesters, et cetera, but everything flows, and it flowed down to here and stopped to where the ducks were walking on the water. It's problematic in a beautiful place like this because, as we know, those weeds will sit there, they form, they decay, and they start to stink up the place. So there have been some strategies implemented here by the Harbor Hotel and their staff. So again, we'll focus on that as we move forward. This question for the DEC. We have owned lakefront property for over 35 years and have had various docks over those years. If I don't install my dock this year because of health issues, am I grandfathered in to put it in next year? And if the house is sold, do the new owners have to apply for a permit, or is that grandfathered in? or exempt?
So the easier question, I think, is the second one. It doesn't go by owner, it goes by past use. So if it's an existing use, then you would be able to put the dock in and take the dock out. If it's 1 year that, you couldn't put in a dock, I don't think that exempts you from a past use, right? If it's 10 or 15 years that go by that you don't put in a dock, that may be a different situation. That may be a new use. So it really goes to the idea of existing use or new use.
Thank you. Dr. Kohler, are you on with us right now? We got technologies, pictures there.
Ted Lasso.
I can.
All right.
I'll do this right now. I am. Let me just mute the YouTube session here so we don't have feedback. Here we go.
Okay.
All right, I'm on.
Dr. Kohler, what percentage of our problem is groundwater intrusion or other impacts?
So I don't think we know much about the groundwater. It's a difficult area. So this is, I think I mentioned it earlier, this is one area we need to look into. It's often left to sort of the last phase of water budget calculations because it is difficult to ascertain. So right now we don't know. It's still early in the game as far as data there. We don't really have anything outside of any past studies that might be out there.
Follow up from the DEC.
I would add that the 2012 TMDL did have an allocation for nutrients for groundwater. And I don't recall what that number is, but we'll make sure that we get it so that you can see it in the document. If anyone else who's also been looking at those studies for a long time remembers the percentage, I just don't remember it off the top of my head. But in 2012, as part of that total maximum daily load report for nutrients in the lake that was approved by EPA, there is an allocation to groundwater.
Thank you. If you could pass it down to Dr. Divers. At this time, when is the project starting and how will you collect the questions or concerns from the public?
The project? I think it's on, sorry.
It's on the bottom.
Okay. The project will begin 90 days, probably, we have a mandate by the head of the Corps, Major General Graham, pardon me. I'm mixing up my generals, I apologize. We have a mandate by the head of the Corps to have the federal cost share agreement signed by September 30th, which is the end of our current fiscal year. Our fiscal years are October 1st through September 30th. So when that is signed, that will start our first 90-day cycle. That'll start our first 90-day and start us off on the project. What was the second part of that question? What was the second part of that question, please?
Will. And how will you obtain the questions and concerns from the public?
We will have a stakeholder charrette, a meeting where we can all go through a mediated process to get your input and your concerns.
All right, thank you. At this time, this is a good question. If a permit for the DEC, if a permit is denied by the DEC, will the homeowner be able to appeal, or are all decisions final?
I think you can do an Article 78.
That's a good question. I believe that there is an appeal process, but I do not know what that is, to be honest with you.
I think there's also a legal course of action if you're ever dealing with any government entity in the state of New York and you believe that a decision was made counter to the to kind of professional standards. It's called an Article 78 proceeding. And so that's for something that you feel was done in an arbitrary and capricious way, so.
And to be honest with you, the real purpose of the permitting process is not to tell you no, really. I mean, in certain instances, we may. The purpose of that permitting process is to make sure that you're doing what you can to protect the resource. So in the instance where you have an adjacent area, like you said, if you have, 300 feet of property that extends back, do you need to build your house right on the shoreline? Or is it possible for you to push your house back a little bit or whatever you're gonna build away from the shoreline, right? Those are the things that we look for. Is it necessary for you to do what you wanna do, or are there other alternatives? Same thing with docks. It doesn't mean that a new dock can't go in at all, right? But the dock may have to be reconfigured in a certain way, or it may have to be a little bit smaller to minimize the impacts. So our goal really isn't just to tell you no. In some instances, that's what happens if there's no way around it. But it's really to try to work with you to make sure that you're doing what you can to minimize the impact to the resource.
Thank you. If you could pass that down to Lieutenant Colonel Lord. If you could read the question.
I have a question here that says, is the density of non-native plant proliferation in the South Basin due to herbicide treatment? Unfortunately, there's two different ways I can interpret that question. The first is the density of occurrence due to the non-native, due to the treatment? And I would say yes to that. The second way I can interpret it is the density of the plant, the non-native plants in the South Basin due to the herbicide treatment. And the density of the non-native plants in the South Basin, just as the density of the native plants in the South Basin has been crushed, I would also have to say yes to the fact that the density of the non-native plants in the South Basin is due to the herbicide treatment. Pretty much everything that's happening in the South Basin in the last couple of years appears to be associated with the herbicide treatment. That is not to say that the South Basin is not the bigger challenge for aquatic macrophyte management in Chautauqua Lake. It clearly is. It's where most of the flows come in. It is where the mud actually shifts when we have big storms down here. So if you heard what I said about disturbances before, some natural disturbances allow for those mud shifts. As long as we have mud coming in from the tributaries, the way we do now, the Eurasian water milfoil is going to be facilitated by that mud. I hope I answered the question.
So we're going to give you this one.
Another one.
Dr. Richardson, at this point, we're not being contentious, but there is a question that is going to be asked at both Oneonta and NC State, so you can get both their answers.
Okay, yeah, and I'll pass this to Dr. Richardson. Our rake toss is effective for monitoring hydrilla. The two of you gave different answers for the same survey method. The hydrilla that we are seeing in Cayuga Lake and in the Susquehanna River shatters when it is sampled with the rake. I have confirmed that personally by going down and diving for it after we were unable to find it, knowing that it had been there. In fact, let me tell you how I ascertain underwater the difference between our native Elodea and hydrilla. I swim along and I see something that has a whirl of leaves, 3, 4, or 5, and I pick it up and grab it, and I release my hand. If I see little fragments fluttering down, it's hydrilla. If I grab it and let it go and it falls as an intact plant, it's LOD. Pretty neat, huh? Must be different down in North Carolina.
Well, as I said before, we survey a lot of lakes for hydrilla. I'd be pretty confident in saying that we do more lake surveys for hydrilla than any other aquatic program in the country. And with that said, our methods work very well for monoecious hydrilla that we have in North Carolina. I would say that you can have local water chemistry conditions that can change the characteristics of aquatic plants. So I wouldn't make a broad sweeping statement that something is true all of the time. But for us in North Carolina sampling hydrilla, our rake tosses and our methodology works very well.
Thank you. And I think what's important to remember too is that each area, each lake that is surveyed has different components. There's different makeups, obviously different regions, different climates, different cycles of the year itself, the lake. There aren't lakes that freeze in the Carolinas, so those species, though I'm not a scientist and some would criticize, say, just county executive, shut up. But I think that you have to keep that in mind, is that Chautauqua Lake is much more different and diverse than, let's say, a lake in North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, et cetera. So I appreciate the question, though. It did ask of both organizations. At this time, if we could pass it down, the DEC has a few questions that I've given to them, and they will answer those as well.
So many good questions, and thank you for the good questions. I'm going to cover a couple that are not pesticide or herbicide related, and then Chad's going to cover some of the others, because I think I might have to step out just to get back to Buffalo for something time sensitive. So this question is, in the past, Chautauqua Lake has not received anywhere near $16 million. How is that money going to be spent? Any of the money be spent for in-lake action to keep the lake a lake, or will it be spent only on research? I will say we have got a very strong directive from the governor's office and from DEC leadership to really identify clear actions that can be taken and are ready to implement as quickly as possible. There are a number of wonderful projects that have been proposed either through the state's water financing agencies or by the many wonderful partners here that are best management practices to reduce nutrient runoff or to deal with septic or sewer agencies. Those are easy for us to move forward quickly. We cannot move forward with something like dealing with the internal phosphorus loading that might be in sediments without really considering the technical, because we could inadvertently cause a very serious number of issues. So when we have to do a study, we'll do the study, but if there are projects, we've been directed to look at projects that are ready to go, that adhere with best management practices and policies that the agencies in the state have already adopted. So, and you have a number of good projects in the queue. Somebody asked if Chad and I might comment on the proposed legislation from Senator Borrello and Assemblyman Goodell. That is not our role as DEC employees. So, we allow the legislature to do their work, and then it's our job to implement using the confines of the law and the best available science that we have. And so I'm going to leave that to our legislatures to be legislators. I did have a quick question around the drinking water source protection plan that is in draft form with DEC for Chautauqua. When that gets up, there are a series of recommendations that have to kind of work through their process. I'm sure we're going to have additional public input, and any questions about the permitting process and how that'll affect other activities in the lake will be resolved, will be contained in that final version of the source water protection plan. I will say that both Chad and I are looking at opportunities for our normal DEC workload. So if we have a brownfield, or if we have an underground storage tank, or if we have oil and gas wells that are in the source water protection area, we are looking at opportunities for us to make sure that those things get addressed on an appropriate timeline, and that our permitting and monitoring are really tight for those particular set of sources. And one last one, which is just this, the role of lakefront runoff from residential parcels and what is their relative contribution to the lake. Again, our most recent data on this was contained in that, I think it's a 2012 TMDL for Chautauqua Lake. I don't have that number in front of me, and I always am reluctant to share them. So that would really be the document that contains the most recent estimate on that. But again, that's based upon some pretty old data. I don't know if Randy and the Alliance have anything more current on that estimate. All right, so we can follow up.
Yep, they do not have that information right now, but they will follow up. At this time, Dr. Kohler, there's kind of two questions here, if you would. The first, what actions can lower basin dock and shore owners take to reduce HABs, i.e. water circulation pumps or air infusers?
Right, so,
I think, right now, it's a question of there's some sort of simple things that people think of normally, but it really depends on obviously the situations in each areas. Anything to reduce any kind of nutrient influx is going to help, which is why people mention obviously looking at septic systems and unserviced septic systems for many years. As far as anything out on the shoreline, there's always the issues of, are you disturbing, depending on what the sediment role is here, are you disturbing the sediment? The other issue is with some of these things, obviously you get into situations where you may have unintended consequences. So I don't know if we know enough right now outside of just anything to reduce nutrient inputs, fertilizing, using treatments on lawns, things like that near the shorelines are often sort of low-hanging fruit that people normally go after.
Thank you. Also, would you classify Chautauqua Lake as quiescent?
That's an interesting question. So there's a lot of discussion about that. We did some work actually in Lake George, looking at, because we have extensive studies there. We have now probably 700 terabytes of data between observations, even more, and modeling data, which we run. And we know a lot about the circulation patterns, but we did some sort of focused work on embayments there. Now, one big difference is that at Lake George, we have a very, very high resolution bathymetric description of the lake. We commissioned a study early on, and so we have 50 centimeter bathymetry. When we started the project in 2013, 2014, there were a few hundred soundings in the lake as far as bathymetry. By the time we were through, we had 400 million. So just to give you an idea of the level, the resolution, and that includes using hydrographic surveys, bathymetric LiDAR, as well as obviously the topographic stuff for the entire watershed. So we had some very, very good fundamental input sets, which are essential for accurate hydrodynamics. And the other thing is we've also gone to a very higher resolution unstructured grid where we can actually monitor or actually do the computation for smaller areas. And we found that there are differences in the embayments. And I don't think I would call any of them quiescent because we looked at basically water residency times in these areas, and they're on the order of a few days kind of thing, heavily dependent on what's going on with the weather, specifically the wind. So those things can change in a matter of time with some delays incorporated. So I don't think we know enough. And I mentioned, I think earlier, when I spoke, that one of the things we're interested in doing is we've been obviously looking at, Bemis Point area around there and understanding the current dynamics, which are quite interesting. But we also need to look within each of the basins because we need to understand how they actually operate. So I don't think we can make a statement. And again, quiescent depends on how you actually view that term. It's obviously sort of more qualitative than quantitative, but more work needs to be done in order to ascertain that. It took quite a bit of work for us to do also with combined measurement work for validation as well as the modeling.
All right, thank you. This next question will be a combination, Dr. Reisig, and a little bit with the Jefferson. Maybe you could team up. For Dr. Reisig, in regards to the harmful algal blooms, do we know the percentage of internal versus external loading of Chautauqua Lake? The second question is, actually, second part is, how do we mitigate that loading? And combining with another question, would examining the water flow in the Chautauqua River be prudent, knowing that the river has been severely compromised over the last 20 years with increased sedimentation?
Okay, let me see if I remember all of those questions. Okay, the first question was, do we know the percentage of internal versus external loading? So there is an old estimate in the 2012 TMDL that Julie mentioned. I do not know the number on it. We also, that TMDL was not very high resolution, so long story short, basically we don't know the percentages, but we're working towards that. So that's what a lot of our nutrient budget research is working towards. What was the second?
How do we mitigate the loading?
So for external loading, it's a little bit more straightforward. This is just decreasing nutrient sources mostly. There are some chemical interventions that are done some places. On a scale of Chautauqua Lake, they're probably not they probably wouldn't work very well. It's too big of a system. One thing that will help when we have our tributary stations fully up and running, that will give us an idea of which tributaries are contributing the most to external loading, so that will help us target management. So that could be things like whether it's chemical intervention, stream buffers, whatever, doing public outreach. That would be something like working with local organizations to do that sort of stuff once we pinpoint where stuff is coming from. Internal loading is a lot harder to manage. There's unfortunately no good way to manage it. There are some things that people have tried. For example, in one of the earlier questions, someone said something about oxygenation. So that theoretically makes sense. If you have more oxygen in the system, you'd have less internal phosphorus loading. However, there was a big project done on Lake Carmi in Vermont where they put in a big aeration system. It unfortunately, although it did oxygenate the water somewhat, it also stirred everything up, so there was more stuff cycling, and it did not help the problem with harmful algal blooms. So there's some kind of experimental stuff like that that's going on. People are trying to figure this out, but internal loading is a difficult problem. The main goal is to decrease external loading, and then decreased internal loading will follow, because then there's not as many nutrients coming into the system that can get bound up in the sediments. So yeah, complicated problem.
And lastly, do we focus on the flow of the water going into the outlet to Chautauqua River, as sedimentation has caused issues with that flow over the last 20 years?
So I am less familiar with the dynamics of the Chautauqua. Perhaps Harry has more to say about this. I will say we're putting a stream gauge on the Chautauqua so that we can see how much water volume is going through, and that will help us figure out like how much nutrients and stuff are flushing out that way. But as far as dynamics within the river, I'm just not familiar enough with it to say.
Yeah, it is.
I don't think we mentioned it in the talk per se, but along with the 6 tributary stations, there is a monitoring station at the river, which is going to be an acoustic flow monitor. So again, that is obviously part of the equation and a very important piece of it that we need to understand the outflow.
Unfortunately, at this time, due to the generosity of the Harbor Hotel and their staff, we do have to wrap up, as we only have the room until 2 p.m. One of the things, I do have more questions. I will get these to our presenters. And if you could, presenters, the questions I give you, if you can get us answers back, and then we will post them on our website once we get those answers back. I'm hoping that today was worth your time. We've been here, some of you, since 8 o'clock. It's now going on 2. This is a dedication to your passion and your commitment. I'm hoping some of you leave here a little bit more broadened. I don't want to say a little bit more educated, but I hope your questions were answered. I hope we don't have you walking away with more questions than what you came in with. I can tell you this. Since I took office and living here since 1977, my parents were furious when my brothers and I would go to the recreation department down here in Sullivan, New York, and every Tuesday and Thursday get in vehicles and jump in Chautauqua Lake with the rest of the kids in the rec program, when my parents painstakingly kept that 4-foot above ground pool meticulous and clear for their 3 boys. So Chautauqua Lake has been a quintessential part of so many lives over its many, many, many centuries of use. The institution is up on its 150th year of existence. They didn't come here because of the Chautauqua River. They came here because of Chautauqua Lake, a beautiful place to sit and learn more about religious education and how do we teach our younger people. But 150 years, people have been flocking to Chautauqua Institution, therefore flocking to Chautauqua Lake, not to mention so many other parents, so many families, so many traditions that are born around this lake. Where else will you go where you find people setting up flares, and at 9 p.m. on the 4th of July, they strike them, and the entire circumference of this lake is lit up. It's unbelievable what we have. But this dynamic body cannot be sustained by any one group. It cannot be sustained or managed by any one method. Working together is what is going to bring us success. And we know we are not all going to agree. Respect that you had today is quintessential in moving forward. I was told by some, you're crazy to do this. But instead, the dedication and the passion for this lake, the respect for the science, and the concerns we have to protect this body of water is what's shown through today. I can't thank you enough for spending your time today. Again, you will see the answers to these questions that I'm going to be giving out to our presenters that weren't able to be answered. We'll get those on our website. Please, keep an eye out. We'll be getting more information out, especially as it pertains to the Army Corps project and how we will involve community in the future. So on behalf of myself and my staff and the residents of Chautauqua County, thank you for being here. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to the Chautauqua Harbor Hotel for your hospitality. Thank you so much, and have a great afternoon.